fill their coffers with the people's dough while the economy ebbed and flowed. The Federal Reserve, a banker's dream, a monopoly on the money stream, unconstitutional from the start, tearing the nation's wealth apart. Signed the bill, handing bankers the power to fill their coffers with the people's dough while the economy ebbed and flowed. The Federal Reserve, a banker's dream, a monopoly on the money stream, unconstitutional from the start, tearing the nation's wealth apart. Inflation, depression, cycles of boom and bust, all controlled by the money trust. No accountability, transactions stay concealed. The truth about the Fed remains unrevealed. The Federal Reserve, a banker's dream, a monopoly on the money stream, unconstitutional from the start, tearing the nation's wealth apart. Tearing the nation's wealth apart. Inflation, depression, cycles of boom and bust, all controlled by the money trust. No accountability, transactions stay concealed. The truth about the Fed remains unrevealed. Trade solution parts the four wheels. Accountability, trust. No accountability, transactions stay concealed. The truth about the Fed remains unrevealed. The Federal Reserve, a banker's dream, a monopoly on the money stream, unconstitutional from the start, tearing the nation's wealth apart. Tearing the nation's wealth apart. The banker's dream.
They've been feeding us these lies since the day that we were born, that we need them to protect us, that we can't survive alone. But baby, that's a fallacy, a chain around my mind, been blinded by the promises, while freedom's been denied. Oh, critical thinking broke these chains, opened up my eyes to see the game. No need for rulers telling me my worth. I'm taking back the power that is mine by birth, yeah. This fallacious belief in their control has been weighing down my goddamn soul. But I'm free at last, breaking out of this system so fast. No taxation stealing what's mine, no coercion crossing my line. I'm free at last, free at last. government ain't nothing but a cycle, heading toward tyranny. They militarize the police force while preaching about democracy. But fuck that noise, I see the truth now. Their power's built on fear. Voluntary systems show another way is here, yeah. Critical thinking broke these chains, opened up my eyes to see the game. No need for rulers telling me my worth. I'm taking back the power that is mine by birth, yeah. This fallacious belief in their control has been weighing down my goddamn soul. But I'm free at last, breaking out of their system fast. No taxation, stealing what's mine. No coercion, crossing my line. I'm free at last, the truth has set me free at last. Free at last, this fallacious belief is gone. I'm finally free.
Good evening. Welcome to the Aaron Day Show, Season 2, Episode 5. It's great to be back. We did a couple of episodes last week. I actually had some interviews. I encourage you to take a look at those. I interviewed Jeff Hahn and Josh Stileman and walked through Jeff's new book and also talked for a couple of hours about technocracy. And so today I'm actually going to get caught up. As you probably know, I was gone for a couple of months. And so I wanted to kind of walk through what's happened and kind of what I've learned over the last few months as a general update. And then I wanted to talk about stopping Biden's crypto lawfare, which is still very much ongoing. So for tonight, the plan is, and let me just fix the layout here, is to go through an update of the last 2 months. I do want to talk about the Bitcoin strategic reserve. I will probably do a whole podcast on the Bitcoin strategic reserve because there is certainly a lot to talk about. However, I do want to touch on some of the incorrect information and propaganda, frankly, that Cynthia Loomis and others announced today regarding the Bitcoin strategic reserve. So just to get that out there, I think in a more elaborate podcast, I'll actually walk through why it's a bad idea, not only morally, but it's not a good idea as an investment from a technical perspective. I'm going to go into an overview of the Biden crypto lawfare. And then I'm going to touch on using privacy coins as an alternative, just at a high level. And again, there will be more podcasts down the line. And as I walk through this, you'll see actually there's more urgency now for adoption than there was even before the election, because we're actually seeing CBDC adoption accelerating around the world, and we're seeing stablecoin adoption accelerating, which is actually pretty dangerous. And so I'm going to talk about that on Thursday. I do want to talk about some of the events that I have coming up. I am going to be at ETH May the 9th through the 11th in Amsterdam. So I encourage you to check that out. I'm very excited about this event. It's not actually even Ethereum focused. I'm not even entirely sure why that's the name, but I know that there's a huge libertarian and bent to this organization and event, and I know there are going to be a lot of people there talking about privacy coins. I'm going to be speaking. I know Zeno is going to have a huge presence. There are going to be a lot of others, Joel Valenzuela, Paul Pui from Edge Wallet, and so some great people. I'm looking forward to that event. And then I am going to do a full episode on PorcFest. I did an episode with Doug Tooman a couple of weeks back when I was in Mexico discussing what we're doing here. We're actually going to hold Mineratopia essentially within PorcFest. And, Mineratopia is an event that's not even just dedicated to Monero. Actually, it's kind of it's a big tent event with a lot of emphasis on privacy coins in general and privacy coin adoption. And so I had a great time at that event and in Mexico City last November, and the opportunity came up to sponsor the largest tent at PorcFest. And so that's what we're doing. So I'm co-sponsoring that with Doug. And so it's going to be a full week of content and talks and really hands-on use of multiple cryptocurrencies, and also a lot of content on privacy outside of just cryptocurrency, and probably even hopefully some discussions on network states and some really interesting dialogue. But there will probably be 2,000 to 3,000 people at this event. And so if you've ever thought about coming to PorcFest, I think this is the year. If you've gone to PorcFest and you had a bad experience, you're like, oh, I'm not going to do this again. It's changed. And, this event has really evolved. I mean, this started out with a small group of people by a campfire, and now it's like 2,000 to 3,000 people with families and kids and everything else, with hundreds and hundreds of talks on different topics, people buying and selling things using alternative currencies. I mean, almost no one uses fiat at this event. I mean, if they are, it's cash only, but it's mostly alternative currencies. And I will say that last year, privacy coins were definitely at the top of the list. I'd say privacy coins and gold backs are also very, very popular. So that is June the 16th through the 22nd. I will do a full podcast on that, but you might want to go to porcfest.com and actually buy your tickets now and figure out, whether you want to do the campsite on the facility or, we actually get an Airbnb. So there are other options. I mean, if you don't like the camping aspect, I'm not a huge camping kind of guy. So, we get a big Airbnb and the family's there and everything else. And then we, pop into the event for the full day and then head over to the Airbnb. So there are a lot of different options. But I do encourage you to check that out now, because I will tell you there's a lot of excitement about this event, and I think that it's going to be probably on the high side of attendance and capable of completely selling out. On on Thursday, so the regular time for this, and I know this has been all over the place. So the original game plan was for the Aaron Day Show to be on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Because I was gone so long, and literally I was in places where I didn't even have internet access. I was going to actually do the podcast while traveling, but I actually did not have a reliable enough internet connection. So I do want to get caught up. So I'm going to do 2 podcasts a week until I get caught up. And so I'm going to do 2 this week. I did 2 last week. I'm actually going to be on vacation next week, but then I'm going to continue doing them at a rate of about 2 per week until we get caught up. Usually, so the primary time slot is still going to be Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. The alternate date, if I'm trying to play catch up, is Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Although last week we did one at 12:30. So it varies a little bit. I mean, if I have a guest, and I prefer to do these live to the extent that it's possible to get Q&A and to get engagement. I'd actually rather do them live. I mean, I guess there will be some situations where that's not possible, but so far I've done every one of these podcasts live, and I would like to continue to do that. And so that's what I'm looking at, is Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. is the general time. But this podcast on Thursday is extremely important, and it actually feeds in on a lot of what I'm going to be talking about in terms of the overview of these events that I've been doing for the last 2 months. After the election, people thought that the CBDC issue was completely dead. And I was actually at an event where they actually did a poll of the people in the audience. And, they basically said, well, if Kamala Harris wins, what do you think the chances are of us getting a CBDC? And almost everybody, you were assigning probabilities. Almost everybody was at a 95% to 100% yes. And then it was asked, well, if Trump wins the election, are we going to get CBDCs? And almost everybody was, no, we're not going to get CBDCs. And it turns out that the problem is that we aren't strictly getting CBDCs, but we are getting all of the negative aspects of CBDCs through what are called stable coins. And so these are basically digital tokens that will be issued by commercial banks like Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase that have all the programmability of the CBDC. So they're going to be programmable, they're going to be trackable, they're going to be censorable, and they're going to be issued by the same people who own the Federal Reserve. So the big misconception on all of this, and I know I talked about this in an article and in a previous podcast, is that the enemy isn't the central bank. Now, the central bank is an enemy. The central bank is a useless, unnecessary third party that basically just takes a cut of every financial transaction and then, manipulates the money supply so that they can, steal people's physical assets by creating this Hunger Games scenario. I'm not advocating for the Federal Reserve, but what I'm saying is that everything related to violations of our privacy and tracking and everything all of the dystopian things that we talk about with CBDCs, we already have that today. And that wasn't implemented by the Federal Reserve. Those were bills and laws that were passed by Congress. So all of the surveillance happened. So if you got rid of the Federal Reserve, but you actually had a situation where the government was printing money directly, you would still have all of the tyranny aspects. You just wouldn't be giving a cut to this third party in the middle. So stable coins are a huge risk. And the problem is that Biden had his executive order, which we'll talk about tonight, 14067, that authorized the US to pursue a CBDC and then authorized the crackdown on crypto. Well, he was really good at the crackdown part. He was very good at the lawfare part, but he was not good at the implementing the CBDC. And I think as we're seeing with Doge, and it's probably not a surprise, government is pretty incompetent, and the Biden administration was beyond incompetent. So they may have had the intent to implement the CBDC, but the capacity wasn't there. The problem is stable coins are an equal threat to CBDCs, but now that we have an AI and crypto czar with ties to venture capital, and we have an administration and a whole bunch of other people on board, they are capable of implementing this. So in reality, we're in a much worse situation than we were prior to the election, simply because the new regime actually has the competence to implement a backdoor CBDC in the form of stablecoins. And what's worse about it is people are complacent because they don't even think that there's a threat. So my job and everything that I've been fighting for the last 2 years has just become 100 times more difficult. And it's very frustrating, frankly, because we're like walking into a buzzsaw and I'm like having to like go back and re-educate people. I mean, I have people congratulating me for helping to, get Trump to come out and get CBDCs. And I'm like, wow, okay, well, we're actually in a worse off situation. So I really encourage you to tune in on Thursday. I am writing an article. I may not have the article done before the podcast, but I'll have it shortly thereafter that kind of lays all this out. And we really do need to share this information. I want to walk through some of the events that I've done over the past several months. So we went to Miami. We went to the WAGMI event, which they billed as the biggest blockchain event in America. Honestly, I thought there were going to be like 10,000 people there. There were probably a few hundred people. And this has been a long running event. I mean, this event has been going on for more than a decade and was like it was originally called like the North American Bitcoin Conference or something, but now it's basically just business development people. Like there's no tie to crypto as a tool to stop central bank digital tyranny. It was like literally 2 of the talks were from people from Tether. People were celebrating the fact that Larry Fink was at Davos talking about tokenizing assets. And so I walked away from it with a really kind of unsettled feeling just about kind of the passion definitely has been lost. And I'm not saying that it's necessarily just that event. This is actually a bigger issue, which is, the very first event that they had people like Antonopoulos, Roger Ver spoke, Eric Voorhees. It was like OGs, and it was, we're going to change the world and we're going to stop tyranny, we're going to stop war. And now it's just, really a low level of engagement and detachment from the promise of the technology. So, I mean, I'm glad I went. I only spoke for 15 minutes, and my talk was entirely about Roger and in his situation. I went to the event right after that, also in Miami, called the Counterparty, which I think Tatiana Moroz, who put that together, is a terrific person. Unfortunately, she got rugged. The venue actually changed on her twice within 24 hours of the event. So I went about as well as could be expected, basically having to get a backup of a backup. And so I got to see a lot of friends and folks that are kind of hardcore OGs in the space. But she did have some misfires on the logistics for that. Then I went to Morelia, Mexico, for the People's Reset. This was Derek Bros and his partner Miriam's event, which was a great event. It was a fascinating event over 5 days that actually covered, I mean, the real big theme of this is kind of exit and build. So it wasn't just focused on cryptocurrency. It was permaculture. It was a lot of, people, there was like a day focused on spiritual practices. There was a lot of music. And so it was a great overall vibe, and a group of people from all over the world that are really looking to exit and build in a variety of ways, not just crypto. And then went to Acapulco in Acapulco, Mexico, which was interesting. It's kind of a competing event in a way with the People's Reset, and there was more politics and stuff, and I'm not going to go through it here, but I was kind of surprised by some of it. But a lot of similar themes. There was just one day that was dedicated to crypto, a lot of other things that were focused on spirituality and other practices. But it's definitely an interesting event in Acapulco. I don't even know how to describe it, but reflecting on all of this, I will say that I'm not going to say I've not come to any conclusions, because I'm always learning, excuse me, and thinking and researching, processing new information, and traveling all over the place. But those 4 events were just part of, I don't even know how many events I've done, maybe 20 in the last year. And there are different groups. I mean, I could be at a brownstone, event that's got a lot of people tied to Maha, and then, then there's an anarchist event, and then there's Moneratopia. And I am more sure than ever that voting isn't the way. And I think we're starting to see what's happening with the political process right now, and a lot of weird things. I think a lot of what people's hopes were pinned to, or people that thought there were white knights, that's not coming through. But there's another component to this, and this is a personal preference, but it seems like in a lot of these situations, people are having a doom scenario to it where, everything is going to go to hell, and the whole concentration on this is to go into survival mode. So it's like, we have to live in our small community. Everybody's got to learn how to farm. I mean, I'd like to put it as, people are like, well, yeah, we're going to have to learn how to do these survival-based skills. And it's almost like that the new goal is to have a lifestyle that's some kind of cross between the Amish and Little House on the Prairie. And I don't have anything against that if that's what people want to do. But I feel like if we're putting our attention towards survival, then we're going to find ourselves in situations where those are the kinds of experiences we bring to us. I am not anti-technology. I'm anti-technocracy. And I actually came to an interesting realization the other day, because I've talked about Elon Musk a lot, and I'm very concerned about him from the standpoint of technocracy, because he's literally explicitly stated that he wants Mars to be a technocracy. He's actually published this 3 times. His grandfather was the head of the technocracy party in Canada. And as a refresher, technocracy is a organizational structure where elites pick scientists and engineers, and the scientists and engineers make decisions for everybody. And the idea behind it is that, we're going to go extinct unless we apply technology to the human condition, and the best way to do that is through the best scientists and engineers. And what I realized that I don't like about this, I actually like a lot of aspects of Elon. I like the fact that he thinks from first principles. And in fact, I think what he's doing with Doge is great. And I've heard him talk about this, that for him, he doesn't like to just go by, here's what the vibe is, or here's what somebody else is saying. He likes to understand things from their core essence. And he believes that physics is the best place to go. More importantly, kind of Newtonian physics. And this is where I have the big disagreement, which is that, yes, if you believe in Newtonian physics and that physics is primary, and you believe in materialism, then the natural consequence of that is going to be you're going to come up with technocracy. And I would have agreed with that worldview 6 years ago. I don't now, and I've come to learn more about kind of thinking that consciousness is primary, and our ability to exercise free will is primary. And there's a lot more about energy and other states than just materialism and mechanics and Newtonian physics. And so the problem is, if he's pushing that worldview, the technocracy worldview doesn't really allow for other things to coexist with it. So the idea is, if we're moving to Mars and living in a technocracy where we're not making decisions, because scientists and engineers are making it for us, kind of in a pre-programmed way. You can think of, social credit system and all that other stuff. Well, to me, that's the negation of free will. However, I think we can still have AI. We can still have all of this great technology, and it can be done in a decentralized way where we're actually expanding our free will. And when I say expanding free will, meaning we're opening up new choices, we're opening up new possibilities in our experience where we actually get to make more decisions as opposed to fewer decisions. And so, so the reason I got off on this arc is that I think I am more of an optimist, and I'm pro technology, anti technocracy, but I do think that we can create, and particularly if we think about it, we can create a future that it doesn't have to be a survival subsistence living. We can actually have an improved state of living and still also expand free will. And so that's kind of, where I've come out on this. And I think that, it's a mind shift, because I go to a lot of these conferences and a lot of people are kind of in the same place. It's like, well, we better learn how to grow our own food and do all this stuff. It's like, I look at some of this robot technology. It's like, okay, well, I can have robots. You could do best practices for farming and have a robot do it. Like, it's not like, to me, I guess spending 90% of my time on subsistence probably is not in my personal opinion, it's not my, where I want to be spending my time. I'm not judging anybody that wants to do that if they want to do that. But if you are doing that because you think we're going to be in a state of survival, and you're not thinking about a situation where we're living in a time of creation, you might want to just reconsider that. You may still come out in the same place, and that's fine. So I am going to continue to explore network states and to continue to advocate for decentralized technology. And I'm really not. I am very optimistic about the future, but I'm not optimistic at all about existing organizational structures, government, or technocracy. So with that said, I did update the Daylight Freedom website. I encourage you to take a look at this. This is really rebalanced towards the main areas that I'm focusing on, or we're focusing on for this year, which is we are going to be doing events again. And again, as I'll talk about on Thursday, the need for the adoption of privacy coins and tokens is actually greater than it was before the election. And but there's been a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, development with Zano and wallets and point of sale systems. And so I want that development work to be completed before I do the workshops, because otherwise the workshops are too complicated. And it's people aren't going to walk away. They're going to walk away with more questions than answers. And I really want to figure out a way to onboard merchants and customers in a very simple way so that it actually has some stickiness to it. And so you can also see on the website, we've updated all of the podcasts that are there. And if you look at this podcast that you're listening to right now, excuse me, you're probably listening to it on X, because this is the only place where I get any kind of traffic. I do encourage you, by the way, if you're watching this, to like and share. My traffic has been suppressed. Usually I get 2,000 to 3,000 live listeners to this. It's at 351, 352 right now. I've been severely suppressed. My traffic even on X is down 90%, and I'm not entirely sure why, although I can guess. So with that said, this podcast X is where most of the traffic comes from, but it's also on LinkedIn, it's on Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, And then the podcast is on Spotify and Apple Music and I think Amazon or two or three others. And so you can figure out and see all the channels if you click on podcast. And so this website will have all of the podcasts, all of my interviews, everything going on with all of the events. And then I've added this End Biden Lawfare section, which is what we're going to talk about tonight. And so we'll get to that in a minute. But I wanted a centralized place on the website where you can track the cases, the main cases that are going on, and figure out where to go to help the various people that are ongoing victims of Biden lawfare. So this is completely reworked, and I would love your feedback. Hopefully this is an easier way to access this information. I do want to talk a little bit about the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Again, I'll do a full article and everything on this, but I mean, this Cynthia Loomis is she's like an Ayn Rand villain character. I call her out on this. I mean, she is kind of the Nancy Pelosi of the Republican Party. I mean, she's out here pushing bills to use taxpayer money to buy her investment. And now, I mean, we're looking at I put this up. These are real things that have happened. These are two new people. Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville and West Virginia Senator Jim Justice have now put laser eyes in. And I mean, if that isn't a market top signal, I don't know what is. I mean, I don't even know if these people know how to use a computer. I mean, we're actually getting to the point where it's almost absurd what's going on now. And I know how it's happened, and that doesn't make it any less frustrating. And it actually does relate to what's going on with Roger, which is unfortunate. And I'll explain how that ties in. But if you want to see, so Loomis just released today, reintroduced her Bitcoin Act bill. And, it's one of these, again, every time you hear the bill name, it probably does the opposite. But the Bitcoin Act is the Boosting Innovation, Technology, and Competitiveness Through Optimized Investment Nationwide Act. So there you go. So there's the propaganda associated with this. It's been reintroduced. She introduced it before, I think after the Bitcoin conference last year. And it establishes a U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve to strengthen the dollar, combat inflation, and reduce the national debt. So what they're doing is she's authorizing the U.S. Treasury to purchase 1 million Bitcoin, which is about 5% of the total supply over 5 years. 1 million Bitcoin over 5 years, and then to hold it for a minimum of 20 years, with any sales restricted to reducing the national debt. So I've used this analogy before. This would be like Nancy Pelosi doing a press conference and saying, hey, listen, you're going to buy my 401k. The U.S. government's going to buy my 401k, or spend $1 trillion or whatever the amount ends up being, which would be more than that, based on how this works. Because if the price of Bitcoin in fact goes up, then that's more and more money that they're going to be spending. It's not $1 million at today's price; it's $1 million at whatever the price is, which may actually tank. Who knows? But the point is to then hold it for 20 years. So Cynthia Loomis herself has $500,000 to $1 million worth of Bitcoin, and just think about the implications here: having the government buy and hold for 20 years. I mean, this is an obscene conflict of interest. And by the way, the same is true, and it applies to Trump. It applies to, I mean, people complain about insider trading and everything else. Like, I don't know how you castigate people for doing that and then actually think that this is somehow morally superior or different in any way, shape, or form. Now, the plan for funding this is it uses the existing Federal Reserve profits. So for the first $6 billion every year from 2025 to 2029, and the revaluation of gold certificates. And what they say is, well, there's no new taxpayer funds required. Well, that's a little bit of that's bullshit. I mean, so basically that $6 billion a year that would come in from the Federal Reserve would be used for other purposes. It could be used for retiring debt. I mean, money is, depending upon, I would argue Bitcoin isn't, but money is still, theoretically fungible. So the idea that it's not caught, yes, there's no new tax, but you're using money that would be used for something else to purchase Bitcoin. So it is absolutely not a neutral situation at all. There's a decentralized network of secure vaults throughout the United States managed by the Treasury with provisions for forks and airdrops. Requires quarterly reports, independent proof of reserve audits, allows states to voluntarily store Bitcoin in segregated accounts within the reserve. It affirms the rights of individuals to maintain self-custody of their Bitcoin. I mean, okay, we'll see what. There are a whole bunch of questions around that, but that's a different story for a different day. And it has 7 co-sponsors, and so just blatantly, it's a lie. So again, the idea that there's no impact to taxpayers is false. It's using Federal Reserve profits and gold value. So that's gold that could have been sold or used for any other purpose. So it's completely fraudulent, and it's just more semantics. And so, again, the gold already belongs to everyone. So spending it on Bitcoin using public savings is not free cash at all. So it's all spin. It's all a word trick. And the issue that I have with this, which I will go into when I do a full analysis on this, is, first of all, I don't think the government should be buying any assets. So it's not a question of I just don't like Bitcoin and they should be buying this. We have $36 trillion in debt. Why don't we reduce spending and give people their money back and let people decide how to invest? That is the fundamental argument that I have. But if you don't like that approach, if your approach is, you think somehow from a collectivist perspective, we should be doing this for our national interest, Bitcoin is not what Loomis and Tommy Tuberville and the other guy think it is. And we've talked about it being hijacked before. They're going to have to increase the supply of Bitcoin. And so the whole premise of this, Michael Saylor and everybody else, is the hardest asset known to man, limited supply. They will have to increase the supply. They're already priming this by having that HBO documentary that tried to make out that this guy Peter Todd was Satoshi. They did this because Peter Todd has been a strong advocate for increasing the supply. BlackRock and others already have, as every ETF has as a risk factor and a footnote, that they may increase the supply. They will have to increase the supply because there aren't enough transactions on the network to generate fees for miners to continue to secure the network. Miners right now, the whole point of the system from the beginning was to be peer-to-peer digital cash. And the idea was you would be doing millions of transactions every 10 minutes. And these would be low fee transactions, but high volume. And you would have miners competing to process large volumes of transactions. Because it was hijacked by essentially technocrats, they artificially capped it like a cap and trade system, kept the blocks small. So now it's slow and expensive, and so people just aren't using it. And so what that means is every 4 years, the reward, the block reward that miners get, decreases by 50%. The whole purpose of the block reward was to provide an initial incentive for miners to mine because there wasn't any transaction volume. So in other words, it's a financial incentive to build the security of the network, but the long-term viability of the network was based on large volumes of transactions. Well, we are now 16 years into this, and we do not have large volumes of transactions. We had more transactions in 2017. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, the mempool was completely cleared. Like it's actually, in many ways, it's decreasing in volume. So what that means is the next time there's a halving and that block reward decreases, it's going to put a real strain on miners, because you have these miners now who are large corporations who are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in miners and in ASICs to do these math calculations to mine for these block rewards. By the way, most of them now have funding. BlackRock keeps on buying larger and larger percentages of these large mining operations. Mining operations now are actually engaging in KYC AML. So at the moment that they actually mine the Bitcoin and they get the block reward, they're actually tracking that with the government. That's a separate conversation for another day. But the bottom line is they're going to have to increase that 21 million supply. Increasing that 21 million supply, if you are like Cynthia Loomis and these other people who are saying, well, gold is bad because there's not a fixed supply of gold. Bitcoin is better. That argument is actually completely fallacious, and that is actually going to change, and that changes the entire analysis of whether or not this is a good idea. So I'll break down, I mean, there's even more to why it's not a good idea, but that is probably the biggest point, which is this. You'll see people posting online, here's 8 billion people, there will only be 21 million Bitcoin. That is not true. It's a couple of lines of code. And for those who say, well, people wouldn't agree to change it, people already agreed to change it and to hijack it from being peer-to-peer digital cash to slow and expensive digital gold. And with BlackRock and others buying up more and more of it, and with people like Michael Saylor and others, people will go along based on whatever they think will drive the fiat price. That is clearly what's going on. And propaganda and censorship has been proven to be a good, effective way to get the network to make decisions that are not in its own best interest. So that's a preview of that. Now I want to move into this Biden crypto lawfare. And I want to say that my focus on this it's like, this is the Venn diagram of interest for me. I want to focus specifically on projects that are at the intersection of crypto and liberty. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of companies that are affected by Biden lawfare. I mean, it includes debanking and a whole variety of other things. But there's this narrow area that I think deserves attention because, and as I've talked about in other podcasts and articles, we've proven that the liberty community has been explicitly targeted by the DOJ going back to 2019, where in Stephen Nirioff's case, the DOJ and the FBI arrested him and threatened him with an extortion lawsuit unless he gave up the dirt on a number of people that were on a list. And the people that were on this list, it was all a list of people that are at the intersection of liberty and crypto. So it was Patrick Byrne and Roger Ver and Bruce Fenton and Naomi Brockwell and others. I mean, it was Caitlin Long. It was literally, they were on a fishing expedition, leveraging using an extortion case to dig up dirt on people. And so these are the cases that are, there is no scam. These are cases where people have been arrested for writing code or have had IRS cases fabricated. It was, these people and organizations were shut down to make way for CBDCs. So in other words, the specific reason for the targeting was to remove the competition. I wrote an article about this. It's a pretty lengthy article. You can go to the Brownstone Institute, brownstone.org, and search for it. It's called The Unfinished War on Crypto. I kind of outline all of this in detail to give the high-level overview in terms of like the number of cases and the extent of the Biden lawfare, and then I drill into some of the specific cases that I'm going to talk about here today. And I hope that this article gets more attention because these people need help. And I don't want to sound black-pilled, but I got to be honest, I'm not enjoying the developments that are going on with with the Trump administration. And, I'll explain what I mean by that. But what I would like to see happen is for Trump to do for the victims of Biden lawfare what he did for the J6 prisoners, which was he was originally going to view them and review the cases on a case-by-case basis. And he ultimately decided, and this was his quote, "Fuck it, release them all." And this is what needs to happen with the Biden lawfare stuff as well. Trump rescinded Biden's executive 14067. But he didn't rescind the effects. He didn't rescind the lawfare. And in a way, this actually creates almost a worse situation, because what you have is a situation where the OGs, the people that created, the giants on whose shoulders all of this crypto revolution rests, those people are still facing jail sentences and have had their businesses and lives turned upside down. So you have new people able to flourish and do new things, and the OGs remain strangled by lawfare. And just to show you the extent of what's gone on here, you can see that the SEC has gone after over 127 companies. Well over half of those were after Biden signed the executive order. The DOJ in particular has been going after software engineers that develop privacy solutions like Samurai and Tornado Cash. The IRS has been going after people like Roger Ver, and they had been implementing AI and really ramping up in this area. It is nice to know that they're going to be cutting 50% of the employees and not hiring the additional 87,000. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people still dramatically feeling the impacts of this. You have FDIC, which is the debanking. You have the Treasury Department that went after exchanges. They went after Binance, which with a $4 billion settlement was the largest in U.S. Treasury history. And then you have the CFTC, which went after DeFi organizations. And so Biden was effective at this. He was not effective at rolling out a CBDC, but they really did a good job of shutting down bank accounts, making it hard to buy crypto, not providing any clear guidance on anything, shutting down all innovation, and then in particular going after developers of privacy software. If you dig into this, though, what we are seeing is there is movement on some of this. So a lot of the SEC cases have been dropped. So a lot of the exchanges and companies that were involved in raising money and so forth, those cases have been dropped. Not all of them, and this is where I'm actually a bit concerned. Which is, if you look at this list, you'll see that Coinbase, their suit was dropped. Well, they donated $25 million to the Fair Shake PAC and $1 million to Trump's inaugural fund. Kraken. Their case was dropped early this month. $1 million from the co-founder, $1 million to the inaugural fund. Richard Hart's the only outlier here, but his case was arguably outside the United States, so he actually won his case, which good for him. And by the way, I'm glad all of these people have won their cases. Don't by any means think that I think that these were legitimate cases. These should have all been dropped. But what I'm saying is, if you look at this, the Uniswap. Their case was dropped. Well, they donated $11 million to the Fair Shake PAC. Gemini, their case was dropped. And this is the Winklevoss twins. $2 million from the founders, $1 million to the inaugural fund. Justin Sun, Tron, his case was just dropped. He put $75 million into World Liberty Financial, which benefits Trump. That's Trump's family cryptocurrency thing. So it's not like with J6ers, where we're unilaterally going to drop everything. So far, the SEC cases that have been dropped it's on a pay-to-play basis. So there's no principle involved. It's just, hey, you donate a lot of money, your case goes away. Joe Rhodes from Dragon Chain, his case has not been dropped yet. And in fact, in some of these cases, again, it's the intersection of crypto and liberty. One of the people I feel the worst for is Jeremy Kauffman. I mean, here's a guy, he actually wrote a tweet related to the fact that Justin Sun had announced that the case against him was dropped. And he's like, silly me, I used to believe in the rule of law. And he fought his case and went through all of this. And, he said it cost him at least $10 million. But, had he stuck around, or had he raised more money and, bought off a politician, he might be in a different situation right now. And in his case, he actually had a utility token, and his offering was a threat because it offered a decentralized version of YouTube, and the crackdown against him happened right during COVID, when the government was implementing a censorship industrial complex and didn't want any information coming out about public health. So what do you do about this situation? So Jeremy gets to be one of these guys who has his entire life ruined. How do you make up for that? And what are we going to do with these other SEC cases, again, at the intersection of liberty and crypto? So I'm focusing, these are the big cases where I think even more than the civil cases are the criminal cases, because these are cases where, yes, the civil cases are bad. I mean, people losing their livelihood, or losing out on potentially billions of dollars of financial opportunity. That is horrible. But these are people that are facing a loss of personal freedom, and in some cases, like in the case of Roger, actually facing a life sentence. And this is why I've been so adamant about Roger's case. I think it is actually objectively the most egregious example of lawfare in the entirety of all of the crypto cases, because you have a guy who actually paid his taxes, hired experts, tried to comply with the law, has evidence of trying to comply with the law, and he was detained in Spain, in a country where his friend died fighting extradition under mysterious circumstances. So I believe he was terrorized. In that case, I think the government fabricated the case to the grand jury. They lied about or concealed a lot of evidence that shows that, in fact, he was trying to comply with the tax laws. He wasn't engaged in fraud at all. It's there in black and white. And they raided his lawyers' offices with armed IRS agents. And now they're trying to claim he's a fugitive for fighting extradition. And there is nothing illegal. He is just exercising his legal rights to fight extradition. And the state is now trying to call him a fugitive and to try to shut down his case, where he's actually put forward a motion to dismiss. So this is a serious, serious and egregious case. Ian Freeman, still serving 8 years in prison. He's going through an appeal process, which I'll talk about. Roman Storm is facing 45 years. He's free on bail right now, but his case is coming up in the Southern District of New York in April. I mean, I got to tell you, I wouldn't want to be in the Southern District of New York. I don't like the chances there. And he's looking at 45 years. Well, what did he do? He developed software that people, part of Tornado Cash, that people, voluntarily run on their computer to make financial transactions private, which, by the way, is part of the Fourth Amendment, right? Like, there's nothing. Not only did he just write code that people voluntarily chose to run, but arguably the code that he wrote is, should be celebrated based on the Constitution itself, not punished. You have similar situations with these Samurai wallet developers that are looking at up to 20 years. Alexei Pertsev, who's serving time in a Dutch prison. Roman Sterlinghoff, looking at 12 and a half years. And so, again, it's in these criminal cases, the common theme, you can see the common theme. Roger was the most effective person on the planet at promoting the use of cryptocurrencies as an alternative to central bank currencies, digital or otherwise. Whether it's Bitcoin Jesus, getting people to adopt Bitcoin, investing in Bitcoin exchanges, investing in Bitcoin technology, investing in other cryptocurrencies, XRP, now privacy coins. He's very effective. So the state under Biden was cracking down on crypto because they needed to get rid of the competition. That's why Roger's at the top of the list. This is why Ian's at the top of the list. Roger learned about Bitcoin from Ian. Ian helped empower and enable businesses all over New Hampshire to take cryptocurrency and ATMs. And all of the rest of the people on this list developed privacy technology, which is a critical threat, which is why I've become so passionate about privacy coins. The way to defeat central bank currencies and central bank digital currencies is privacy coins. That's why these people are on this list. But no one is doing anything regarding their cases. There may be things going on behind the scenes, but the DOJ and the AG, and they are not doing any of the kinds of things that the SEC is doing. They're not putting these cases on pause. There's no slowdown in the situation. These criminal cases are continuing to go on. And in my opinion, it's beyond demoralizing. There is no golden age of America. There is no America leading in crypto. There is no America leading in Bitcoin if these people are facing jail sentences. And if we live in a country where now you can run a meme coin Ponzi free and clear, whereas if you develop privacy software, you might look at 45 years. We're not going to have a very functioning system with rules that are set up like this. And so this is why I'm focusing on these guys. And if you haven't already, if you've been listening to this podcast, go to freerogernow.org or scan this QR code, and that will take you to freerogernow.org, which there's an open letter that you can sign in support of Roger that does help. It does matter to get names and to build momentum. It's important that the state sees that we're not going to go away. We're going to continue to make noise on this. And that the longer this goes on, the more embarrassed they're going to be, particularly based on the facts surrounding these cases. I mean, this should end up being career-ending prosecutions, because it's malicious prosecution with gross violations of constitutional rights. So we have got to stay on top of this. And so I encourage you to go to Free Roger Now. And you can also find out more details. I was talking about his motion to dismiss and everything, all of the information is on there. And to that end, there's a hearing coming up on May the 12th at 1:30 p.m. in LA at the U.S. District Court in California on his case, his motion to dismiss. So I think it's important. I'm going to go to this. I'm actually going to have to fly from Amsterdam. It's going to be a bit of a stretch, but I'm going to go. And I encourage other people to go. I went to Ian's hearing, which I'll talk about in a little bit. It does matter. It matters it's important for the state to see, as I said, that we're not going away and that we are here and that we're going to continue to bring awareness to this. I'll share more as we get closer to the date information about the hearing. If you've never been to a federal court hearing, you're not allowed to bring cell phones or recording devices. And, my policy on this is just to not bring the cell phone to the courthouse at all, because otherwise you have to put it in a designated area. And I'll tell you, the last thing that I want is my cell phone being sequestered in a federal court building. You can do whatever you want on that, but as a best practice, just as a, pregame, I would not bring the phone to the courthouse at all. But I'm hoping that, I actually am hoping that this case settles or gets dismissed or he gets pardoned or it gets dropped. And that this doesn't happen at all. But originally, this was supposed to be January the 6th. It's already been rescheduled a couple of times. Buy refundable tickets, buy refundable air tickets, buy refundable hotel tickets, because the state can ask for a change. Roger can ask for a change. It's in LA. They could have another fire. So there's a lot of variability on that. But it would be great if you could show up. In Roger's case, a lot of people ask, well, why is he in the situation that he's in? It's actually not because of hijacking Bitcoin. Roger is in the situation that he's in because he is effective at promoting peer-to-peer digital cash. Remember, this lawfare was accelerated, even though the case against him goes back to like 2016 for taxes that go back even further than that. They didn't convene a grand jury until 2024. So in other words, there was plenty of time for them to have attempted to take action against Roger. They didn't wait until like a year after Biden signed this executive order. Like, why would you wait that long, right? But again, Biden, if you're Biden and you're thinking you're close to starting to roll out a CBDC, you need Roger silenced. Roger writing hijacking Bitcoin. Well, hijacking Bitcoin is arguably a good thing for the Biden administration because it kind of makes Bitcoin look like what Bitcoin is. So, but Roger's actually facing he's getting it from both sides. So not only is he suffering from lawfare under Biden, but now Bitcoin maxis are using the fact that he is under this lawfare to suppress his speech and make it so that he can't get this out. You got to imagine what this has got to be like for Roger. So you're facing this lawfare. You're in a country where you don't speak the language. He's been there now for like 10 months. We're coming up on next month. It'll be actually a year. He's close to 11 months. And then just as this presidential election happens, people are starting to talk about Bitcoin strategic reserves and everything else. And now you've got other people trying to suppress your speech from the other side and trying to negatively influence people on the Trump side. This is why I feel incredibly empathetic for what Roger is going through. And it's why I have tried to help elevate hijacking Bitcoin, because I've talked to a lot of these people. You may remember I ran for president. And so I talked to a lot of the other candidates and everything else. And I will tell you, some of them don't know what they're doing. In fact, the image that I put up with Cynthia Loomis and the other two politicians, these are not early adopters. They probably don't use computers. I doubt they've even done a P2P transaction. And they've probably never been exposed to this information, because if you look at who's funding these super PACs, and if you look at who's funding the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, these are not people that are going to bring this up. So if you're Cynthia Loomis, how are you going to find out about this book? If Roger's been, if Roger has basically got a gag order on him and people aren't going around talking about this book, RFK is another one. I think if RFK had read the book and knew what was going on, he wouldn't be taking the approach that he's taking right now. But at what point are they too far in where now it's going to be like, oh, well, God, this is embarrassing. Now I don't want this to get out. And so it's a really difficult situation. I'm glad that Brett Weinstein tweeted this out, and I hope more people start to look at this. The only regret I have is, maybe going a little bit harder on trying to get to RFK and Trump about the hijacking Bitcoin, because now it might be a little bit too late, and they're now pushing these strategic reserves and other things. If you saw this may be a rehash, but there's a big push online to push Elon Musk on this and see if he'd help with this issue. And he said he'd look into it, and then he came back with this: Roger Ver gave up his U.S. citizenship. No pardon for Ver. Membership has its privileges. That's not a final statement, and obviously, Elon is not president, but that was certainly a little bit discouraging. So hopefully, again, they can drop the case. He can settle the case. There are a lot of things that can happen, but that's the current state. I hope you can sign the open letter and attend the hearing. Ian Freeman's case is another. On February the 5th, I went to his appeal hearing in Boston, the Boston Federal Court. I also sat in on his sentencing hearing when he received the 8-year sentence. And I'm going to play a couple of clips related to this. I also put in the comments, if you go to the very top, there's a link to a post that I made on X. I recorded Jacob Hornberger, who actually ran for president as a libertarian. He runs the FFF, it's a Freedom Foundation. He's a lawyer by training. If you actually go to freeiannow.org, or you scan this QR code, there's a link there. He wrote a 3-part series of articles about Ian's case. It's by far the best legal write-up about the situation, so you can learn more about his case. But his case, it radicalized me, actually. Sitting in on his sentencing hearing actually really, put me into a completely different kind of mindset. Not that I knew the state would do things like this. I've been kind of anti-government for quite some time, but it's the way in which it's very clear that they manufactured the case. They went out of their way, invested time and money to attempt to entrap Ian, and in fact, their efforts actually were unsuccessful. They tried to have a guy like posing like he was trying to do a transaction so for drugs, and Ian denied that transaction. Ian actually did KYC. Ian even helped the government in another case because of the KYC that he had done. So this wasn't a situation where somebody reported a crime and then they went and busted Ian. This is a case where, on a premeditated basis, they installed people and manufactured a case. And then they manufactured the evidence, and then they were selective about the evidence itself. So Ian is there for 8 years. There are a number of different charges, and they're concurrent charges. So he has like tax evasion. He originally had money laundering. He still has conspiracy to commit money laundering, which is the longest part. It's the 8-year part of his sentence. But this case was so bad and so biased that the jury found Ian guilty of money laundering, and the judge actually threw out that verdict on the basis of the fact that there was actually no evidence of money laundering. So Ian had his appeal, and I will say that this is kind of the high level summary, and then I'll play you a couple of clips. But like I said, at the top here, there's a whole 30-40 minute video of Jacob Hornberger discussing the case. And so, basically right now what he's dealing with is failure to register his Bitcoin business, income tax evasion, and conspiracy to launder money. And again, the conspiracy to launder money was the largest of the charge. Now, in an appeal process, and this is a little in the weeds, and this is how, by the way, ridiculous the court system is. You are limited to how many pages you can actually put into an appeal. Like, they give you these guidelines where it can only be X number of pages in your response. And so I guess his lawyers looked at their arguments and decided to not address the conspiracy to launder money charge. Now, why this is ridiculous is, given that he's serving consecutive cases, or not consecutive, concurrent, you would want, if they reduce the smaller charges, but the longest 8-year remains, then he's still going to remain in prison. So I didn't understand some of this, and I may be misinterpreting some of this, but my understanding is that, you know, they didn't have enough room or enough pages to be able to assert the conspiracy argument, and then they spent most of their time on this failure to register as a money transmitter. They spent 95% of their effort on that, the rest on income tax evasion. So that seemed a little bit weird. Now, one other thing, though, is you can file to get an expansion or an extension to the length of your appeal, which his lawyers didn't do. So I'm not thrilled with his lawyers, but that's neither here nor there. So long story short, I think there's one theory that if they did overturn the income tax evasion, for which there's no evidence, and the money transmitter thing, then they might throw out the whole case because they will essentially have thrown out a majority of the claims. I think that is part of what the legal strategy is, and I'm not entirely sure if how legit that is as a strategy. But to me, to not address the conspiracy to commit money laundering is a big issue. So a decision is expected on this within 2 months. And depending upon how that goes, they'll request a rehearing, or will be a final appeal to the Supreme Court. And so this was actually over a month ago. So we should be finding out about this in the next couple of weeks. But I want to play a couple of clips here from Jacob Hornberger. They're very short, so that you can get his read on this.
What concerns me is that there was no attack on the third charge at all, the conspiracy to launder money. And when I read the defense brief in this case, I was really shocked when I saw that, because that justifies the 8-year sentence right there alone. And I wrote Ian, I said, do you realize you have not attacked this third charge, the conspiracy charge? And so he says, let me check with my lawyer. And his lawyer said, well, that's true, because he ran out of words, that they have a word limit when you do an appellate brief. Well, to me, that means you just compress your other arguments on the first 2 charges and you make room for the third charge. You don't address the third charge, because that's a standing conviction now. And the lawyer also told Ian that he could have filed a motion to extend the number of words. He didn't file that motion. So I'm extremely concerned about that. And do they remand for new sentencing on the conspiracy charge, which is the only charge left, which I think should have been challenged? In the initial brief, I think you had to challenge everything. But they either remand and say, well, we're going to send it back to the judge to reconsider his sentence on the conspiracy charge, given that we've now knocked out these 2. Or they could say, there's no need to send it back, that a conspiracy charge encompasses an 8-year jail sentence. We'll knock out these 2 charges, registration, income tax. That leaves the conspiracy charge affirmed, sentence stands. Or they can say, we send it back for a brand new trial on the conspiracy charge. Those are your 3 options.
Jacob, on the registration aspect of it, it would seem to me that with the Supreme Court's ruling last year that struck down the Chevron standard, temporally, that would be something that would apply to the registration that comes after the fact. Do you think that the weight, I would think that would be likely to be dropped if they stick to the Supreme Court's removal of the Chevron standard with the 2 phishing cases last year. Do you think that how much weight do you think that has, if you can even estimate it, on dropping that, or is it just really a crapshoot?
So there you have it. I mean, that is pretty much the status of this. I wish, honestly, Ian had some different lawyers, but we'll see what happens. We'll know in a couple of weeks. And again, I wish we had more coming out of the DOJ. I wish we had an active DOJ, because none of these criminal cases have been addressed. And I'm just concerned, frankly, that, all of a sudden the DOJ and the FBI seems to be focusing on, and even HHS, fighting anti-Semitism instead of dropping lawfare on people who are looking at life in prison. It's a frustrating experience watching the prioritization of resources at this point in time. There's also Roman Storm, who I mentioned, and he's looking at money laundering and all kinds of other charges related to the fact that he wrote software that preserves privacy that people voluntarily run on their machine. And he's had a hell of a case. And one thing, if you've never been through this, is lawfare is incredibly expensive. When you're fighting the state who's using your own money against you, and so in some cases it's almost impossible to fight these things. And I did I think the season 2, episode 2, we had the folks from Dragon Chain on. We had Joe Rotes on, and he was talking about the fact that they'd go through a process where they'd have him provide discovery, have him provide all of these documents related to the case and compile all this stuff and get all this information together at incredible expense, and then the government would lose it. Oops. So then you have to go recompile it. I mean, they have all kinds of, whether it's incompetence or what. So he's struggled to raise money. He did just recently raise over $1 million for that, but in his case, he actually needs some help with legal fees. So if you want to scan the QR code, there's a fund that is available for that. And then I will be tweeting around when I get the specifics in April. His trial begins in April. So again, he's looking at up to 45 years, and he is in the Southern District of New York. So I am going to try to make it to that case as well. Same rules apply. You can't film, you can't record in any way, but I think it's going to be good to go out and make a showing for Roman as well. So all of these guys, need to have attention brought to these cases. And again, the struggle with it is that Trump seems to be doing things on the basis of pay to play. And a lot of this stuff is complex. The other thing is, look, please watch the podcast on Thursday, because I am going to walk through this stablecoin situation. We are in a much worse situation than we were before the election. It is a 1-2 punch. They're getting people diverted into putting all of their money into hijacked Bitcoin digital surveillance gold. And then at the same time, they're rolling out the Treasury Secretary, Trump, and everybody has said, well, it's important that the dollar remains the world reserve currency. So they're not looking at, make no mistake, they don't see Bitcoin as a threat to the dollar. Bitcoin isn't part of the dollar. The dollar's not going to be backed by Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a diversion. And so privacy is still a threat if the position of this government is to remain the global reserve currency, and now they're advocating strongly. There are 2 bills. You can't make this up. There's a House bill called the Stable Bill and a Senate bill called the Genius Bill. So Stable Genius, kind of the riff off of Trump's nickname that Trump got. And I've read both bills. I've analyzed both bills. They're worse than what I was talking about last year when I was talking about the Loomis-Gillibrand bill. It's more KYC. It's more reporting. It gives more control to the banks. It's more surveillance, and it gives oversight to the Federal Reserve. It's horrible for DeFi, and has so the posture and the actual policy of this government and the bills coming out of Congress are intended, based on how they're designed, to minimize the use of cryptocurrency for peer-to-peer digital cash and to minimize privacy. You should be very worried about that. So with that, I don't know. This is what makes it hard to elevate these cases, because I actually don't think that the government is interested in justice or the principles around this. But hopefully I'm wrong. I've talked so far about criminal cases. I will remind you also, this is really the only civil case that I'm talking about right now, but is Joe Rotes and Dragon Chain. This is another one of those. It's just egregious. This was a spin out from Disney with working, fully functional technology. It was a utility token. It wasn't a fundraise. You were buying the tokens to use the platform. It was literally called America's blockchain. he was targeted because what they've created is a platform that allows other people to create all kinds of applications and to create all kinds of different decentralized solutions that work with multiple blockchains. Some can be private, some can be public. There's so many different applications that you can build with this technology that clearly it was a threat. And again, the government, even though I believe began investigating him in 2018, didn't decide to indict him and move forward on this until, or file their case until after Biden signed the executive order. So this is essentially where we're at on these cases. So you can go to daylightfreedom.org and click on Biden Crypto Lawfare, and I'm going to keep that up to date. But I encourage you to visit all of the sites for Roger, for Ian, for Roman, sign their petition, donate in the case of Romans if you can, attend the hearings, help raise awareness. And then, again, beyond that, the problem that I've got is, having spent a lot of time looking at the inside baseball part of this, is we're seeing a lot of things being stalled in the Trump administration, and we're not seeing anything out of the DOJ. Obviously, nothing has happened with the Epstein files. Nothing's happened with the JFK files. In fact, those have been literally, things have been announced and dates have been put on when they were going to be released. And then we either get nothing, or in the case of this Epstein thing, what they released, I had the full unredacted version of what they released 5 years ago. Like that was beyond, it's almost like they're trying to demoralize us. And so anyway, I'm going to try to not be too negative and try to do everything that we can to focus on this, but it's tough to figure out how to play this, given that I actually think strategically they are, again, trying to divert people into Bitcoin and do everything that they can to make sure that people are not using cryptocurrency for day-to-day transactions and moving to surveillance stablecoins. And they're not as incompetent as the Biden administration. So this is why we actually have a bigger risk now than before. I'll talk more. I'm going to do a separate podcast just on Xano and confidential layer, because I want to actually explain how all of it works and demonstrate it, but we're still waiting for some of the integration, so I'm not going to do that until it's done. But the general update is that Xano is now available on Cake Wallet, which is great and makes it very, very easy to use. That's a very user-friendly wallet. Very excited about the fact that that's happened. Confidential layer is huge. By the way, related to this, I don't know if you saw, there's this saying in crypto, oh, I lost my keys in a boating accident. I've got news for you. That doesn't help you. Bitcoin is on a transparent ledger. If they can track that those are your Bitcoin, and then all of a sudden they're stolen, but you didn't report them stolen and somebody else is using them, or if you use them yourself, again, you're on a public ledger. So you saying that they were stolen and then using your coins on a transparent blockchain, that's nice job. Congratulations on providing evidence. But even if somebody steals your coins, even if you legitimately lost your Bitcoin in a boating accident, we're at the point right now, because of the tracking, where you are going to, potentially be in a situation where you have to defend yourself from somebody having stolen and used your coins. So new people to crypto are completely asleep about the issues around how trackable Bitcoin is. OGs are aware, but most of the OGs that got into Bitcoin for the purpose of separating money and state have been moving away from Bitcoin. They've been moving to Monero. They've been moving to Xano. They've been moving to, Zcash and others. So confidential layer is going to be critical. You are going to be able to, within a wallet, bridge your Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum to Xano, and then use basically a private tokenized version of those cryptocurrencies where it's not tracked and available on a public blockchain. So, people that are asking, well, what is the use case of tokenization? And I've said over and over again, everything will be tokenized. The only decision that we have right now is everything tokenized with the dystopian features of a CBDC, or is everything tokenized in a way that's private where we can engage in voluntary interactions? Those are the only choices. Anyone who says, oh, well, tokenization isn't going to happen, tokenization is 100% happening. The only question is, are you going to passively become a victim to it, or are you going to embrace it? And the clearest application and most exciting application in the near term is confidential layer. And then there's what I'm doing with Karma to create a gold-backed privacy token that uses the privacy features of Zano, but it actually has the physical backing of gold that you can physically redeem for gold. Those are two examples, and I'll go into that in greater detail in a separate podcast. So again, you can go to daylightfreedom.org, brand new site. This is, we're keeping this up to date. Lots of things going on. And the threat is bigger now than it was before. The understanding that it's a threat is not there. So look at what we've had happen just this week. Israel has announced that they're going full steam ahead on the digital shekel. The EU has announced that they're going to roll out an EU CBDC in October of this year. So, we're talking like 6-7 months from now. Canada's new prime minister used to be on the board of the Bank of England. He's a central banker. So what's going on in Canada. So the overall situation, so we've gone from 134 countries representing, whatever it is, 98% of global GDP to 133 countries representing 83% of GDP, explicitly accelerating the CBDC. And then you have the United States, which is actually implementing a CBDC through stablecoins. Think about what happens, by the way. If you have a JP Morgan issued stablecoin or Tether or USDC, which, by the way, both of those companies have crony ties to the Trump administration going back to when he was president before. So the Tether and USDC are already reversible, they're already censorable, and they're already working with law enforcement. So this is completely surveillance money. But imagine the United States now, right? If the dollar remains, and we're doubling down on being the global reserve currency, and now we have these programmable, trackable surveillance coins, do you think this is going to be good for freedom around the world? Do you think this is going to help? Do you think this is going to increase freedom or decrease freedom? Having a JP Morgan stablecoin that can be programmed. Just think about this in terms of people trying to do international business and everything else. It's actually going to turn out to be a disaster. It's not going to be, oh yes, cross-border payments are going to be easy. It's going to be, no, we're going to be applying. If Trump decides he wants tariffs, then, think about how easy tariffs are going to be to program into a bank-issued stablecoin regulated by the Federal Reserve. So we are, this is like critical. So what I'm doing with the workshops is I'm going to continue to do workshops, but with a focus on, as quickly as possible, getting an online workshop, because we have to onboard a lot of people, and people need to start using this for peer-to-peer digital cash. One other missing piece, in addition to the point of sale system, is we need a marketplace. And think Silk Road, but not for drugs, but for vegetables, for organic vegetables, for raw milk, for the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We need to be building a marketplace that people can use to buy necessities, because the threat is still the same. But obviously it's going to be easier to onboard normies if we're showing them, oh, hey, here's your choice. You can either use your JP Morgan stablecoin to buy cricket paste, or you can use these privacy coins to buy organic grass-fed beef, right? So it needs to be more practical in nature. I'm going to trying to work on the logistics for this, do a whole workshop in Bretton Woods in October of this year. It's not going to be a big event. It's going to be probably less than 50 people, but get people from these different categories like food freedom and health freedom and work together on building out a marketplace and figuring out how to really start getting to people to use this. It has made me sick going to all these conferences, seeing a lot of liberty people that know better, that got into this for the separation of money and state, have just fucking sold out for fiat. And in fact, the ones that are pushing for Bitcoin strategic reserves, these are the people that, other people just don't know any better. It's the people that know better and should be on the front lines of promoting alternative solutions that sold out for fiat. Those people are the most problematic people of all. And so there's a lot of complacency, and there's also a lot of, oh, well, I'm going to figure out a way to hide. Going back to this whole survival mindset. It's either I'm going to be growing my own food, or I'm going to carve off some other thing, or I'm going to have 5 different passports and everything else. And it's like, we're not going to beat technocracy. You having 5 passports is not going to be the key to freedom. If you're living in a world that's 99.9% technocracy, you will not be free. You may have the relative perception of more freedom than somewhere else, but the only way that we actually stop this is to actually cut it off. So with that said, I see Dan O'Neill is here, and if anybody else wants to join just to do a chat on this, I'm a little disappointed. Like the traffic, usually I would have 3,000 views by now, so I am completely shadow banned. And so please, if you're watching, like and retweet this. But happy to invite some people on, and we can just kind of talk about what we walked through today, or any other questions or any other topics anybody wants to talk about. I see I am for I am. You want to pop in here? Dan, are you there?
Yeah, Aaron, can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Good. I'm one thing I'd like to talk about is the Chevron case and how it possibly could affect Ian. Now, if Congress is the only one that's supposed to make laws, not non-governmental agencies, apparently one of the charges is an unregulated crypto exchange. Is that correct?
It's operating without a money transmitter license.
Okay, operating without a money transmitter license. So Congress never actually made any laws on crypto or anything. So these are just extra government organizations making laws. And I think the Chevron case pointed out that that can't be done anymore. So I'm wondering, on appeal, can you, well, that's just something I was wondering when the whole Chevron thing came out.
Well, so it was something I was wondering about too, and I actually had indicated this to some of the folks involved, and I said, "Hey, look, are you looking at this?" Because in fact, what I was going to do is try to get all the court documents and load it into AI. Here's the issue: did they make that argument in the appeal or not? Because if they didn't make the argument in the appeal, the court isn't just going to reverse something. Your lawyer actually has to bring it up. The court doesn't just come in and intervene and reverse something without the lawyer having brought it up. Given that Ian's lawyers, I don't know what they spent, excuse me, 95% of their time talking about the money transmitter thing, 5% of their time talking about the tax thing, and 0% of the time talking about the conspiracy to commit money laundering. So I don't know if they brought up in the written documents the Chevron case. I still worry that even if they did bring up the Chevron case, the fact that they didn't address the conspiracy to commit conspiracy to commit money laundering, that, if that holds, that's the 8 years. That's the longest part of the sentence. So, but I haven't seen all the paperwork. So it's possible that it was brought up, and it's possible that that might be one of the arguments. I do not remember hearing in the hearing itself Chevron mentioned, but I may have missed it. It was a pretty short hearing, as you know.
I did hear Ian's attorney mention about Congress having to make a law on I'm not sure if he was very specific about what we're talking about, but now if that was enough of a mention to be able to open that up later on. If not, then worst case scenario, this would be a Supreme Court appeal. But I don't think we want to talk about that yet, right? So
no, I don't think we want to talk about that, and whether or not it would even be taken up is the issue, because the problem is, if, again, his lawyers didn't make the arguments, then when you go to the Supreme Court, you can only go to the Supreme Court with an appeal based on what you actually brought up in the appeal. So this is the issue. So so what are you going to do? Go to the Supreme Court on the money transmitter law thing? Well, the Supreme Court could reverse the money transmitter thing. It doesn't change the fact that you still haven't addressed the 8 years from the conspiracy to commit money laundering. But there is some other thinking about this, that if they've thrown out the majority of the different elements of this, that somehow that might lead them to throw out the entire case. I don't know what basis of law that is supported by. It may be, and I'm not a lawyer, but it seemed like that was the argument, that if we get 3 out of 4, then they'll just drop the whole case. I'm not sure that it works like that. I mean, I've been in cases where, people will throw up a whole bunch of different claims and then a bunch of them get shot down, but you still lose on that one. So I'm not sure if that's a great strategy, but we'll know here probably in the next couple of weeks, because it was supposed to be within 2 months of February the 5th. So we're March the 11th. So within 3 weeks, we should know.
That's right. It's interesting what you were talking about before about a lot of people in the BTC community are talking about they've lost their Bitcoin in a boating accident. And now there was a court case in Georgia the other day. I don't know if it was the other day or it was a week ago, but the guy actually had to prove that he had the keys. I guess I guess he was getting fined $12,000 a day until he turned over his BTC, and apparently they're able to find out exactly how much he has and everything else. So that's what's coming. I agree with what you're saying. So the confidential layer that Zano has is probably very interesting to a lot of BTC maxis. What would you think?
Well, it should be. I will tell you, people are delusional, right? I mean, I interact with people online about this all the time, where the argument will be, well, if you're safe, or if you know what you're doing, you can keep your Bitcoin private. Well, first of all, Ian's a smart guy. Roger's a smart guy. Ross Ulbricht was a smart guy. The things that you would have to do to actually keep your Bitcoin truly private are almost unworkable, and almost no one has done it. So maybe there are 5 guys out there, but of course those 5 guys are probably not buying anything or actually doing anything with their Bitcoin, or whatever they're doing is on the fringes. And so it defeats the purpose of having Bitcoin, right? Like this whole surveillance piece. But I actually put up a chart on this the other day. Somebody's like, oh, well, they can't force me to give up my keys. And the chart that I put up was all of the different countries that have Bitcoin and how they got it. So the United States has $200,000, or excuse me, 200,000 Bitcoin. They stole those through civil asset forfeiture. Those are Ross Ulbricht's Bitcoin. There's $5 million worth of Ian's Bitcoin, and that was $5 million at the time. So it's probably $10 million worth of Bitcoin that they stole from Ian. Now, I want everybody to think about this for a second. I mean, he was operating ATMs and was offering an exchange service. He actually had a church that was legal. They didn't actually show that he owed any taxes. They convicted him of tax evasion or whatever it was, without even showing, because Ian hadn't filed, like they didn't have any proof of any of this. So they not only had him give up $5 million, but a part of whatever his settlement was he agreed to not get his Bitcoin back, regardless of what happens with this case. Like, they literally extorted him for all of his Bitcoin. So when people say that, well, yeah, but they can't force me to give them my private key, it's like, okay, how many people realistically, when faced with a $10,000 a day fine or jail time, are going to not give up their private key? And by the way, what's the hero element of holding on to your private key and going to prison? How is that, like, what's the win there? That's not even an ideological win. That's retarded. It's like, you basically signed up for a surveillance asset. You got caught. Now you're not giving it up. And boy, you're going to show them by spending time in prison. Like, this is how off this is. And again, the reason I even bring up that absurd argument is I've had that same argument with multiple people. So I will tell you, as a result of the stuff that's been going on in the last year with these cases, and then other situations that I've been privy to, I've seen what the forensic analysis looks like now. There's a whole industry of people now that have these long resumes that are involved in digital forensics. There are people that go and get like degrees or certification in chain analysis. And by the way, this is going on for a variety of applications. We know that the government is doing it, right? And the IRS is doing it. But if there are disputes with, I think there was something with this guy, BitBoy or whatever, and there are these other cases where people are going through divorce. So there's a whole industry of people now where it's like, oh, you're going through a divorce. So one spouse is trying to find out if the other spouse is holding on to Bitcoin or not. Well, the thing is, what you don't realize is these guys have been mapping this stuff out. So people will say, well, it's expensive to do chain analysis. Well, it's not expensive to do chain analysis when all of the exchanges are now giving this information to the IRS. It's not expensive when now all of the big cryptocurrency miners and Bitcoin miners are KYC AMLing the crypto they mine, right? So basically what's happening is they're building a huge surveillance database. So they're filling in the pieces of this puzzle. And so it only gets worse because now we have AI on top of that. I mean, early on it was like, well, yeah, this is going to be expensive to go through all of this. But the same people that, I'll tell you, it would be a lot better if we had bigger blocks, but it's not that hard to track. When you have small blocks, you don't have that many transactions. And then you have everybody with all of these different incentives, whether civil or criminal, to track all of this stuff. This is why it's like, it's almost, to me, it's a joke. There are a lot of people that are probably going to go to prison that were early Bitcoin OGs that just, they thought it was anonymous, or even if they thought it was pseudo-anonymous, they didn't actually contemplate or imagine what chain analysis would look like. So now they're sitting there with Bitcoin they can't spend. They should love confidential layer. And in fact, related to that, what needs to get built out is the point of sale system in the marketplace so that there are places where people can spend their tokenized, their Xano tokenized Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum. And so this is why, if you start thinking about this, this is why there's a whole huge opportunity here for businesses and marketplaces to start accepting Xano and all related tokens created on Xano. This is why there's such a promising future for Xano. But it's tough because a lot of these people are buying into some really ridiculous arguments. I mean, look, there's this guy that wrote this book, Jason Lowry or whatever his name is, Soft War. I mean, we've gotten to the point where we have literal government employees that work for Space Force writing propaganda that Bitcoin maxis are using as a justification to prop up the price of their cryptocurrency. It couldn't be less like ANCAP or anarchist than that. Like it's just full on propaganda and censorship at this point.
Well, when they were hunting Ian down, Ian knew they were coming for him. He was on the radio every night, and they completely set him up, fabricated stuff, lied about a lot of different things. But the one thing is that they were able to put him in jail anyway, regardless of. Now, if you look at the trial, they brought in some older folks that I guess got scammed out of like their whole life savings, and a lot of the jury was looking at this and they felt really bad. They're like, "This is horrible. We need to do justice." But then they brought Ian out, and Ian had nothing to do with any of these people. So this court case should have just been thrown out right from the get-go because the jury was already poisoned, and so that's a whole nother thing. That was that brought up in the appeal at all, or is that just a done deal at this point?
That part of it. So my understanding is, and I didn't get to see the documents, but that wasn't challenged. My understanding is that Ian forfeited the rights to get his Bitcoin back, regardless of the outcome of the trial. That was one thing that my jaw dropped when I heard that. So. So that was not part of it. And people need to understand this. Like I touched on it when we were talking to Dragon Chain. We have no constitution. I want you to look at what's going on right now. The United States Treasury has $4.7 trillion worth of transactions that they made where they did not make notes of where the money was spent. They want bank secrecy laws for us, and they have literally no accountability. U.S. aid today is shredding. The document came out that tomorrow they're getting together and they're shredding as many documents as they can, and those that they can't shred, they're going to put into burn bags. You have the CIA destroying as much evidence as they could about MK Ultra. We have a situation right now where the government has no accountability. All of the major money laundering happens by the government through the Treasury and through the Federal Reserve. The systems have no control. But what they, and by the way, let me give you an example of this. So yes, they held Ian responsible for what one of his customers allegedly did, was involved in a romance scam, even though Ian actually went through the KYC process, asked the person, are you sure you want to do this transaction? Do you know who the person is and everything else? Ian doesn't know the identity of the person that did the romance scam. He wasn't in on it. He didn't get a cut of it. He went through his KYC process, and they held him liable for this. Meanwhile, JP Morgan Chase worked directly for years with Jeffrey Epstein, and no one has gone to jail. So there are no examples. You don't see with large banks where there are money laundering cases. What was it? HSBC is a notorious bank that's been involved with laundering money for drug cartels and everything else. You never see a banker go to jail for this. You never see criminal charges related to this. So they brought in these old women to make this case and to make the case. And when the women, because I sat in on this, I was at the sentencing hearing, and these women came in, these old women came in on Zoom, and they're like blaming Ian as if Ian was the one who stole their money. Ian was not the beneficiary of any of the stolen Bitcoin or any of this stuff that happened. And so, but also this relates to conspiracy. So Ian, they threw out the money laundering charge. They kept the conspiracy charge. I was in a case where people threw out a defamation case against me, but kept a conspiracy case for 5.5 years. Well, look, by this standard, everybody in Washington, D.C. should be held responsible for conspiracy to commit sex trafficking and money laundering based on the Epstein case. Because literally that would be an equitable treatment of the law based on how Ian's been treated, how I've been treated, how citizens are treated. They can use conspiracy to get you for anything. It is a complete end run around the United States Constitution, because it's not even what percentage. It's not that, oh, you were in on it 50-50, or the damages aren't even assigned. Well, you were only involved 1%, so you have 1% of the damages. It's like, no, if you're involved, if they can get you in any way with the hook of conspiracy, then you're liable for the entire thing. And in some ways, this is what they're trying to do with these developers that are working on privacy technology for Tornado Cash and everything else. They're basically saying, well, you wrote this code, and even though other people voluntarily decided to run it, tough shit, you are held responsible for their actions. Yet our own government has no accountability. That is literally the opposite of the Constitution. And so, but if you're listening to this, if you've never been in a lawsuit, this is how it actually works here. So if you're sitting here saying, oh, we've got these constitutional protections, we don't have jack shit. We have nothing. We've been completely overrun by the government and completely overrun by these administrative agencies. And it's not even close. Yeah, somebody wrote conspiracy cases, the government's perfect scapegoat. Absolutely. And they can use interstate commerce as well. It's an absolute catch-all. And even if you can defend yourself, like my case, I had to spend 5.5 years. I was being sued for $280 million for 5.5 years. And these cases went through 8 different judges recusing themselves. The case was originally dismissed, then it went to the state Supreme Court, and then it got kicked back down. It took 5.5 years to resolve. I wasn't found guilty of it. We ended up resolving it in mediation, but 5.5 years. And you can't do anything with a lawsuit like that over your head. The judicial system that we have is utterly useless, and it completely benefits either the wealthy, who can just basically outspend and win through attrition, and it also benefits the government because they're using your tax money against you. Like I talked about Roman Storm, and he's had to raise 1.2, or I think he recently raised $1.2 million, but he's fighting this case for tornado cash, and he doesn't have the money to fight the government. And the government will go out of their way to make all these requests for all of this information and to put all of this burden on you to spend all of this money to basically hand over evidence that they'll use against you. And that process weakens you to the point where you either have to settle or you literally can't even defend the case. And so, again, I'm not talking about what the solutions are post this. Like, I don't think this is a fixable situation, but people really need to understand how fundamentally broken the legal system is. I see George there. Are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Yeah, I mean, could we agree on a couple of things? Everyday people apply their own rational self-interest.
Do we agree that they do or they should?
They should, but do enough of them do it? Or at least the people that are in pseudo power.
No, the people in power don't operate under any set of principles. They operate, there's no rational self-interest. They operate under the basis of self-interest. And this is why this is problematic. The whole point of the Constitution was to explicitly limit government at the federal level, and then give everything else out to the state and or whatever. But it was to explicitly limit government, and that's exactly not what has happened. And so the entire breakdown here is the fact that we now have cronyism. So, for instance, we have big pharma companies that have no liability shield. You know, a lot of libertarians will say, "Hey, can you mute, George? There's a lot of background noise." There we go. A lot of people say, well, in a free market, people wouldn't kill their customers, right? Because it's not in your rational self-interest. And that's true. In a free market where you actually had liability and fraud and everything else, no one would kill their customers. The only reason it's acceptable for big pharma to kill their customers is because government has literally given them a license to do it. Now, I mean, I would argue I still would not want to be in the business of killing people, even if it were illegal. But obviously, the kinds of psychopaths that ends up running these kinds of companies don't have those moral issues.
All right. So on that stream, do you think maxis want to end the Fed, or do you think they want to become the Fed?
I mean, I think at this point, I think the way I phrased it at one point, it's early on in Bitcoin, people looked at the Federal Reserve with disgust, and now they look at it with envy. And so it does seem like they want to be at the table. They feel like somehow they're winning. A lot of it is like, oh, now they feel accepted. Now they feel like they're at the big boy table. They've completely lost the plot. I actually think, in many respects, Bitcoin maxis are worse than central bankers based on their behavior. You look at Michael Saylor, you look at Max Kaiser in particular. I mean, Max Kaiser, what is this guy doing? I actually heard, I don't know if this is true, but somebody posted something, and that he might have actually been involved in working with the IRS or somehow giving information to the IRS. I don't know if this is true with Roger's case. This is a guy who went and worked on El Salvador, which claiming that, well, this is going to be the first country and then it's going to be like dominoes. Well, let's look at what's gone on in El Salvador. When they rolled out Bitcoin as legal tender, they did it on a custodial wallet that the government had access to. So in other words, it was a surveillance centralized version of Bitcoin. And one of the first things that happened when they rolled it out was there was a hack, and every citizen in El Salvador was doxxed through the Chivo wallet. But then on top of that, nobody used it. So they ended up having to abandon it. Then El Salvador needed a bailout from the IMF, and now it's no longer legal tender. But that doesn't stop Max Kaiser from claiming that this is a big win. Well, what point? If at some point in time you are sitting there and you are working with dictators and you are trying to rationalize points that are in complete contrast with when he was on Russia Today in 2012. What he is saying now is completely different. And now all of a sudden he's like, Bitcoin was here before Jesus, and he's like saying all of this other stuff. So actually the behavior of these people is not any better. There was this belief, well, now you're going to have completely different people with a different ideology with a redistribution of wealth. Well, one thing that I can tell you about the people in the Bitcoin community is they don't seem to invest in anything or actually do anything. The culture of the Bitcoin maxi is, and literally there's propaganda and there's dogma around this. It's you hold, you cut your own hair, save money, don't buy anything, dollar cost average, and you put everything that you can into Bitcoin. You never use it, you never sell it, and then at some point in the future, some magical thing is going to happen, and you're going to own all of the wealth, and you're going to be in the citadel as like a king amongst other kings that also hold a certain amount of Bitcoin. It's retarded. And it's actually, it's actually literally worse than how central bankers operate. Because nobody's investing in anything. This is why I like Roger so much. I mean, how many people in Bitcoin, like this is guys like, oh yeah, I like this. I'm going to go give a whole bunch of this away. I'm going to buy ads on Free Talk Live to tell people about Bitcoin. There's no monetary interest in it. He's not making any money. He's like, this is such a great technology. I'm going to actually pay my own money to advertise. And then I'm going to invest in all of these other companies. Like almost no one else has done that. So the concentration now of Bitcoin maxis that are OGs are people that have given up their ideology for fiat currency and are now like digging into the ninth circle of hell for rationalizations for why they have fundamentally abandoned their core principles, to the point where they're using soft war and like trying to rationalize. Literally people from the Space Force and the intelligence community, they're using actual government propaganda as a way to justify how, you know, competing over mining hash is going to be the way that we wage war. Like it's just absurd. And they bought it. And I found that most of the people that are indoctrinated with this stuff don't think critically about it. They read the book, but they may memorize some of the taglines, but they don't think about it. They don't think critically about whether what it's saying makes any sense or not. It's really disgusting. I mean, I've got to be honest with you, it's disgusting. And then there's another part of it where there are other people that are just, you know, they've got a whole bunch of money in fiat now, and there's a, I wouldn't say they're happy. There are a lot of people that are Bitcoin maxis that are lost because they have a bunch of wealth accumulated in Bitcoin. They may or may not be able to spend it depending on what the issues are, but they have no purpose in life. They're not actually building anything. And then you realize it's like, okay, I have all this money. Well, what's the point of my life now? And this is just an observation from going to a lot of these things. And so there aren't many, you know, look, there's some people that have Bitcoin just because it's a diversified thing or whatever, but most OGs are not maxis anymore. They may still have some Bitcoin, but they've moved on. And most of these people moved on in 2017, started moving on in 2017. So it's very frustrating to watch, actually, because when we talk about innovators and early adopters and everything, the people that should be the innovators have been split into 1,000 pieces or become complacent. This is why we're having a hard time with adoption, because I'm trying to figure out how do we get adoption, and the people that should be adoption are kind of like, no, man, this is going to be, you know, it's just going to be Bitcoin. So why would I want to use this as a currency? I'm just going to stick with this. So the people that, you know, have been in this for like 10 years, 12 years that are still maxis, they're not promoting the use of cryptocurrency for peer-to-peer digital cash. They bought into these bullshit arguments, and probably look, I hope none of them have to go through this. Part of even this podcast today and the article that I wrote is like I've been in the weeds on a lot of this stuff and a lot of these legal situations, and I've seen these reports and I've seen this chain analysis. I don't think people have a clue of what's going on. If they saw truly how much this stuff was tracked, like, because there's still kind of this, there's like an era of, well, they won't catch me, or they won't go after me because I'm a small guy. I mean, look, the number of people now that are getting degrees that are like Craig Wright, with every rent a degree that he gets. But there's so many people now getting certification in chain analysis, and they're using it for things like divorce cases or embezzlement cases. You think that your partner in your business might be embezzling some of the cryptocurrency. So it's not just like government going after people for tax evasion or government trying to claim that they're going after something for the purpose of money laundering or some terrorism activity. There's an entire cottage industry of people that are now doing this for marital disputes and everything else. And the problem with that is that as all of this stuff gets tracked down, it kind of gets built and aggregated into a larger database. And so now you're able to see, oh, well, from this other investigation, we learned that this wallet belonged to this guy. And so now there's pooled information on the tracking of these blockchains. And now with every new block that's mined through large miners, they're KYCing this, with all of the large exchanges providing information to the IRS and others about, oh, well, this person took their Bitcoin off of Coinbase and they moved it to this self-custody wallet. Well, now it's not so hard to find out what's going on. And so it's I don't want these people to get into trouble. I don't want them to have to go through what Ian or Roger or Ross or anybody else has gone through. I don't wish that on them, but the complacency is going to lead them there. And they don't even know it, and they don't want to hear it because they'd much rather hear soft war, or they'd rather hear the Bitcoin standard, or they'd rather hear something else. They'd rather just get the latest propaganda to pump their bags. And
so do you think that truth and transparency is a soundbite for politicians and a trap for individuals?
It absolutely is. In the stable and genius stablecoin bills, there's all of the stuff in there about KYC, AML. And I'm going to do probably not for this article, for the podcast I'm doing on Thursday about stablecoins, but I'm going to do a separate one because I've been doing the research on this. So one of the things that I like to do is, like, you'll get into situations. There are a lot of people right now that are like, they woke up because of COVID, but they're spending all of their time. Their premise is that the world is going to go back to the way that it was before COVID, as if the world before COVID wasn't a complete shit show, right? They still have belief. I'll give you, like, RFK talks about, well, we need to go just collect a whole bunch of data so that we can restore these institutions. The thing is, I take a different approach. My approach is I like to study the history. What were these organizations like when they were founded? What was the FBI like when it was founded? When the FBI was founded, it was founded as a blackmail organization, and the person who led it and founded it was himself blackmailed by the mafia. Well, here's a little hint. If you have an organization that started out without integrity, and then you give it decades with no accountability or any kind of transparency, they don't improve in integrity. So there is no golden age. We have these ideas that we're going to, it's kind of like in your computer, you can set a restore point. So people have different conceptions of what the restore point is. Some people might be, hey, 2019 pre-COVID is going to be a restore point. Other people are like, oh, it was better in 1985. Well, actually go back and do the research. You're going to find there is no restore point. And so that is I wish people would start looking at that better, because we're chewing up a lot of time right now trying to restore to something that doesn't exist.
So if 50% of the US population has lost faith in government, what percentage of the global citizenry do you think has lost faith in the US government, which is the reserve currency? And about when do you think they probably started losing faith in the US fiat dollar?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, it's certainly been happening over a long period of time. I mean, if you see the debt has really ballooned big time. I think 2008 was probably a big wake-up call. People will use whatever they use, whatever they can use. I mean, to that end, Tether has been, unable to perform audits. Tether is like
Tether is a fugazi. All fiat's a fugazi. This truth and transparency movement. We're going to go to Fort Knox. We're going to establish faith in gold. And for the younger generations, not the boomers, we're going to talk about this cryptocurrency. So they're just creating a fugazi for whatever their new digital currency that they're going to try to implement, and it'll be backed by the different big banks, not a central bank, but backed by different banks, because if you like Chase, you like Bank of America, whoever the hell it is, then you understand this concept of stable coins, and you're already using digital transactions because very few people use cash, unfortunately. So how do we get the world to just start hedging their bet in their rational self-interest to use privacy coins?
Well, I don't know. So far, writing a book, going around the country doing workshops was the first part. But what I learned doing that is the pain point remains, which we're close, is to have easy to use solutions. The solutions have to be competitive to what they're going to roll out with CBDCs, because they will make CBDCs convenient. When you dig into CBDCs that are being rolled out, like there are a lot, you don't have to have a wallet to use these things. For instance, a lot of people don't think about this. I wrote about how we already have a CBDC. The Federal Reserve already uses an Oracle database. Our money's already programmable. Health savings accounts are programmable. Flexible spending accounts for healthcare purchases, that's programmable money using existing banks. And while the central bank uses an Oracle database, your commercial bank uses an Oracle database or Microsoft database, and it's backed by reserves in this Oracle database. All of it's programmable, all of it's trackable. So we already have what people think they fear. And it certainly can get much worse from there. And I talked about this in the earlier part of the podcast. One of the issues is the Federal Reserve is the problem in that they're an unnecessary, useless third party in the middle that gets a cut of all of the transactions and can basically manipulate the money supply to create a Hunger Games scenario where they can basically steal people's real physical assets when they default on money that they printed out of thin air that was backed by nothing. So the Federal Reserve is useless. I mean, is a useless third party. But what it's kind of like that Spider-Man meme where you have three Spider-Mans pointing at each other as who's responsible. All of the tracking, all of the surveillance that happens today, 13 different forms of surveillance, whether it's AI working with the IRS in your bank, or the NSA bulk data collection, or the Patriot Act, or all of these other things. All of that is generated by Congress. All of the financial surveillance, the Federal Reserve did not preemptively go out and implement any of this surveillance. In fact, in most cases, they actually fought it. So if you got rid of the Federal Reserve, there is a politician who I met. He's the senator from Oregon, Ron Wyden. So I was at this crypto conference in Dallas a year and a half ago or so, 15 months ago. And there was a panel on CBDCs. And you had some politicians claiming they were against CBDCs, not realizing that we already have a CBDC. But Ron Wyden's pitch was, yeah, let's get rid of the central bank, and then let's just have not a CBDC, not a central bank digital currency, but the Treasury directly issues a digital currency. Well, I got to tell you, that's worse. In many respects, that might be worse than a CBDC, because even with a CBDC, you've at least got to go through the Federal Reserve, who may not be, the Federal Reserve is not as necessarily advocating for, doing this kind of surveillance. It's the government that is actually doing the surveillance. So now the problem is, I've got to try to explain that it's not really CBDCs that are the problem. It's any government-backed, government-controlled, programmable digital currency, whether there's a central bank or not. That is the issue. And whereas Biden was incompetent at actually rolling out this technology, we now have David Sachs as the crypto and AI czar. We have a lot of people surrounding the administration. They have the technical capabilities. This guy, Howard Lutnick, who is the Commerce Secretary, he personally invested, his company invested $600 million into Tether, and his company manages all of the treasuries for Tether. There is another guy who worked with Steve Mnuchin, Trump's previous Treasury Secretary, that has ties to USDC. USDC has Goldman Sachs as one of its big investors. So these stable coins are advanced. And, you know, I could see a scenario where they come up with some situation where they get rid of the central bank, but then they have Tether working directly with the Treasury. That's not a win. That is not a victory. So we've now created a situation where
No, it's just a shell game, and the people behind, whether it's a central bank, the Fed, or global bankers, whatever, they're still going to be in control. They're just going to put on a different hat.
Exactly. So how do we do this? Is we build easy to use point of sale systems and wallet integrations, which are happening, and then we need a marketplace that's not Silk Road for drugs, but it's Silk Road for food, for basics, for everything. That's easy to use. That's how we do it, and we focus on those groups as innovators. I will say this: I've thought a lot about this. Like everybody gets concerned, and it's like there's so much drama about who's the latest, most popular. Is it Ian Carroll or who is this? And you know, I've been on Alex Jones. The thing when I was on there got like 8 million views. And I've done a bunch of this shit, and I will tell you this: there's no real engagement with any of this. I don't know how much of traffic numbers are fake. I have gotten more engagement from smaller venues, but where it's an engaged audience. Where I've had stuff that's gone somewhat viral or somewhat mainstream, and so what? It's an audience of people who are not early adopters. They're not innovators. They're passively listening. And, you know, look, I mean, realistically, how many times do you listen to something, watch something on TV or listen to something and then actually follow up, actually reach out to the person, actually take action? It's mostly noise. So I'm not as interested in getting mainstream. Mainstream's not important. In fact, and none of this is, there's no proof behind any of this, but I feel like there's a certain degree of, outside of innovators, which are 2.5% of the population, and then early adopters, which is 13.5% of the population. I think the rest of the people are NPCs, and not NPCs in that they you know, you can become an NPC. You can choose to not become an NPC, but unless you become aware of the fact you're an NPC, you're going to be on autopilot as an NPC. So if you want to change anything, then you just need to focus on the innovators. The other people, when you go through that crossing the chasm phase, other people will just follow along. They'll just do whatever, right? They're not really exercising any judgment. They're just, oh, this is now the popular thing. I'm now going to just do the popular thing. You see this now, like with MAGA. I'm watching this. It's like, oh, you know, Epstein's bad, but now we're all going to pile on in support of Andrew Tate. What kind of moral, like, there's a complete. We don't like Nancy Pelosi doing insider trading, but it's okay when Cynthia Lummis owns $500,000 worth of Bitcoin and then tries to force taxpayers to buy 1 million Bitcoin and hold it for 20 years. Which one's worse? Nancy Pelosi's got nothing on Cynthia Lummis, but people don't want to make a differentiation on the basis of principle. It's all tribal, and it's bad if you do it, but it's okay if I do it. And there's no, it's a complete, moral relativism, a complete lack of any underpinnings of natural law or any kind of morality.
If Klaus Schwab says that we're going to have digital IDs, everybody's like, the hell I will. But if somebody else comes out and says we're going to force people to digitally confirm their identity to vote, then all of a sudden everybody's signing up for that app.
Well, you'll see these memes. You'll see a meme that's like, oh, the Democrats, you have to have an ID for this, you have to have an ID for this, you have to have an ID for this, but not for voting. But then the Republicans are going to be, look, the easiest way to get a digital ID is if Trump does some bullshit immigration thing and says that we need a digital ID to stop illegal immigration. MAGA will fucking join up for it without hesitation. Look, Elon, or the identification system, the ID system for X is run by a company with ties to Israeli intelligence. The actual algorithm itself is a social credit system because Elon can tweak. I mean, he tweaks the algorithm. If he doesn't, when he didn't like what people said about immigration, he canceled accounts and changed the algorithm. When he didn't like the fact that that two of the mothers of his children were speaking out, he shadow banned them. So like, this is a situation where it's like, oh, well, we didn't like the censorship industrial complex, but because Elon agrees at this particular moment in time with some of the things that we think are important, he's a free speech maximalist, even though he's clearly not. He's demonstrated a willingness to, and then he even changed the terms and conditions to allow him to be able to do this. About crickets, right? Well, next he's going to be rolling out X payments. People should be very worried about X payments. And very worried about, I like what he's doing with Doge, but not if it ends up becoming the gateway to technocracy. So yeah, so the problem that this is all about innovators and early adopters and forgetting about the rest. But I do suspect, and I don't even know how to confirm this, that I've noticed this, like, so even within the Liberty group. So I was at Anarchapulco, and I don't know if you've watched there's an HBO series about Anarchapulco. And it's about, there was a murder, and then there's a whole bunch of drama, and, a whole bunch of stuff happened. And then then there are people that are speculating that the CIA is involved, and the people are trying to say Jeff Berwick is CIA. And then it's just like, and it will, again, it's everybody pointing fingers at everybody else. But there does seem to be we know that we have an intelligence community that likes to disrupt these things. We know it's documented that the FBI would get involved and infiltrate, whether it's the Black Panthers or whatever. And now we know that most of the counterculture movement in the 1960s and even Charlie Manson was basically an MK Ultra project. I mean, we know that they were drugging people with LSD, drugging prostitutes. They were doing all kinds of stuff like this, infiltrating these movements. So I suspect that once something gets beyond the early adopter phase, that's when people come in and mess with it. Like, I doubt that there's a lot of the CIA originating movements. I just think that they wait until it gets to a predictable point and then come in and divide and conquer, because it seems like it's very easy to do, by the way. So anyway, I don't know how we got on that, other than to say that we really have to focus still on early adoption. And I think even
Can I make a point about Ian and Roger whenever you get to piggyback off of what you're saying?
Yep.
There was a phone call on December 14th, 2010 from Jerry from Australia. Ian Freeman took the phone call live on Free Talk Live. Roger Ver was listening to this phone call. They were talking about Bitcoin. It was 26 cents at the time. And so Ian was really amazed by this, just from the freedom point of view. And now, if you think about it, for the next decade, Ian was probably the #1 guy in the whole world, over 200 radio stations across the whole country. And I think he had a satellite over Africa too, promoting underground marketplaces, Bitcoin ATMs, all sorts of online things that, where people can use peer-to-peer marketplaces. Now, I think that put a huge target on his back. And now Roger Ver was listening to this phone call. He got excited about it too. And so now they're both in prison, 15 years later after that phone call. But I think the one thing that Ian was good at is those peer-to-peer marketplaces. They took Ian out, and now there's no really way to use Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies effectively right now. So I think that had a lot to do with it.
Well, that's actually what I said in my talk, which is that is so. Biden's executive order authorized a CBDC and it authorized a crackdown. And when you look at who the purpose of the crackdown was to eliminate competition for CBDCs. So even going back to 2019 through Stephen Nerioff, we know that the DOJ was manufacturing extortion cases to get dirt on a list of Liberty crypto people. The reasoning for this is to shut down the peer-to-peer. This is why my main focus on what I'm doing now is adoption for merchants and consumers and to build a marketplace based on privacy coins. That is the number one strategy that I'm pursuing. And to that end, we've sponsored the largest tent at PorcFest, and I'm co-hosting this with Doug from Moneratopia. But we're probably gonna have the Zano devs fly from overseas. And my whole goal for this, my whole vision for this PorcFest, and if you've heard me talk about this, is I learned about Bitcoin from Roger and from Ian. And when I went to PorcFest in like 2012, 2013, I met Eric Voorhees. I met Vitalik before he even created Ethereum. All of that energy for peer-to-peer digital commerce came out of PorcFest and Liberty Forum. The first ever Bitcoin ATM I used I think in 2013 at Liberty Forum. I want to bring back that energy, but with privacy coins. So we need to go back to the messaging that Roger and Ian had. We need to bring all of that back, and we need to do it with privacy coins. So I want to launch in some form Karma at PorcFest. I'm going to onboard people to Confidential Layer at PorcFest. I'm going to onboard people to Cake Wallet with Zano and Monero at PorcFest. We're going to go down Agora Alley and we're going to onboard merchants, because here's the thing. Ian and Roger were incredibly effective, but we are back to fucking square zero. The point of sale systems, a lot of the stuff that Ian set up, it's gone. The point of sale vendor that Ian was also run by Free Staters, they left the country at the same time Ian was raided. All of the work that they did was gone. It's dead. And so a bunch of businesses and storefronts that were taking cryptocurrency, it's gone. ATMs now, look, and again, now I wouldn't recommend anybody uses a Bitcoin ATM. All of this stuff is KYC AML. So if you're interested in freedom, don't use Bitcoin. If you want to become an asshole, join up for the Bitcoin propaganda campaign. But if you're getting involved with Bitcoin, you're not doing anything to promote freedom. You may get a short-term advantage in the accumulation of fiat. You may get a better pod when they roll out this other stuff, right? You may get, your implant may have a better fake reality created in it, but you're not doing anything to promote voluntarism or voluntary interactions or stopping the progression of technocracy. I mean, this is just at this point, this is kind of it's a fact. And so Roger, the talk that I show everybody, that was the first time I heard him talk about it. I mean, he said that Bitcoin was anonymous. Again, there was the thinking that Bitcoin was anonymous. People weren't thinking about chain analysis in 2012, and now we know better. So it's the urgency for this now is that the thing that we thought was going to bring us freedom was hijacked, and then other people, having watched and observed what happened with that, are building complete surveillance money and surveillance tokenization of all of our assets, all of our stocks, all of our bonds. Everything that we own will be digitized and will have the same tracking as CBDCs. So we're worse off than we were 14 years ago. We have less than half a percent of Americans using cryptocurrency to buy and sell things. And then we have people with all of these, again, the propaganda. It's like, oh, it's Gresham's law. So I'm going to spend dollars, but I'm going to hold on to Bitcoin. I should do a whole thing of basically demystifying the NPC taglines and memes and culture that is reinforcing what I will now call the Bitcoin cult. Because again, it's not going to do us any favors. So we are in but we can be successful. Again, it's tough. Like, I go places and I have people praying for me. I can't tell you how many people tell me, oh, thank you for what you're doing. I want to support you, but I follow your tweets, but I'm afraid to share your tweets, and I'm afraid to talk. I just want to be behind the scenes. And you know what? I'm sick of this bullshit. because look at what Roger, if there were 5 Rogers, we don't need 2 to 3%. We need 5 fucking people with the balls to actually do stuff. Like it's
the biggest fear might be to advocate for one's own privacy.
Okay, well, I mean, if your privacy coins are good enough, you shouldn't worry about it.
No, I believe, without advocating for any particular privacy coin, what goes through my mind pretty often is the arguments that the founding fathers had when they wrote the Constitution, and then they were arguing whether or not they needed the first 10 amendments, because they were like, no, if it's not in the Constitution, then we don't need to write it. And some of the wiser guys would say, no, if we don't enumerate this right now, then future idiots will give up these rights. But I think where they messed up is they didn't actually make the 0 amendment privacy, because they just took that for granted.
Well, they didn't take it for granted. It's the 4th Amendment. So the problem is that there was an expectation and an understanding of privacy. It's in the 4th Amendment. It is a separate thing. And I will tell you, part of the problem with all of this is, like, I can write all this shit and it doesn't matter because people are so dumbed down, right? Like, there's, like, talking about the Constitution is pointless. The average 8th grader, only 28% are proficient at civics. You can't even have a conversation with somebody about the Constitution. They've never heard of it. Like, we're sitting here trying to argue a thing that people have never heard of. But what's been fascinating to me is on this point about privacy. So we didn't have any financial surveillance until 1970. In 1970, the Bank Secrecy Act was passed to help address money laundering. And the whole purpose and the whole intention and the hearings and everything at the time was to stop organized crime. So I started to talk earlier about how, I'm sick of people that are like, oh, I want to collect all this data because something went wrong in the last few years. And if we could just get to that restore point, there is no restore point. There is no point at which, so we had financial transaction freedom until 1970. They implemented the laws to cut down on organized crime. Do you think we have more or less organized crime than we did in 1970? I mean, the funny thing is people will sit here and say, we've got to crack down on the cartels. We have the cartels because of the fucking Bank Secrecy Act. So no one ever goes back and says, why do we have this? Oh, it's because of this. Did it work? No. And then, like, rewind all the way to the original sin. And the original sin for financial transactions and surveillance was the Bank Secrecy Act. Now, the Bank Secrecy Act ended up being added on to by the Patriot Act, and then actually by COVID era legislation and everything else. And it never gets taken away. The surveillance keeps on ratcheting it up. There is no constitutional basis for any of this financial surveillance. And the problem is, what do people repeat? Because again, people don't go back to first principles. They don't understand whether it's even the Constitution or even the origin of the very thing that they're talking about in a shorter period of time. I just heard somebody parrot, well, it's about stopping drug laundering. It's about stopping money laundering and drugs. And it's like, okay, so objectively, we now know that the Treasury Department basically had no financial controls and denied no transactions, and that we were actually sending money through the Treasury to fund terrorist organizations. I don't ever fucking want to hear about anybody using cryptocurrency. None of these people are going to go to jail. None of the people at USAID that are destroying documents are going to go to jail. None of the people that destroyed the CIA, MK Ultra, there is no accountability by government, which is the opposite of the entire intent of government. But here's the thing. We're not going to defeat that by complying with it, because where we fall way short is a whole bunch of people that are sitting here not realizing they haven't had constitutional rights their entire life, thinking they're going to work through the proper channels, not knowing they're being fucking laughed at by the politicians and the bureaucrats and the elites. So
could a tagline for privacy coins be "Plead the Fourth"?
Well, no, because then if people actually did that, they'd lose. Because I mean, I just got done watching this movie that Aaron Russo put out. That it's this whole thing where he interviews a whole bunch of people about the fact that there really is no legal basis for paying income tax. And this guy even went at the time and interviewed with the IRS commissioner. There were multiple employees that worked for the IRS that ended up hearing about this, and then when they started asking internally for the justification, they didn't get it, and then they quit. There's a whole like again, it doesn't even, people don't even know what the Fourth Amendment is, but then even if it is blatantly unconstitutional, but it's just become a practice that the practice holds, right? It's so I don't want to make this a debate about the Constitution because nobody's talking about the Constitution. And by the way, I'm not like cult-like about the Constitution. We can do better after 250 years. I have been trying to, for a long time, have a debate or conversation with somebody, not just about the Constitution. I don't start with the premise that, oh, well, we just messed up a little bit with the Constitution. Let's go back to the principles, the intent, the founding principles, as opposed to the founding Constitution, which is basically the codification of the principles. What were they debating and what were they discussing as the fundamental principles undergirding the Constitution? And then let's look at those and ask ourselves if anything has changed in 250 years. And by the way, when you go through that exercise and you start thinking about things like AI, you start talking about a whole bunch of things. Even you look at the world was largely dominated by physics, but from a materialistic perspective, not quantum physics. Well, there are big implications, as if your worldview and your world scientific view is around determinism and mechanics, and not about being an information-based world of quantum probability, that actually does affect those kinds of things, even shift how you might look at foundational principles. But then when I went through all of this, this is why a big arc that I'm going on now is to look at network states, where people are getting together now and saying, this whole concept of consent of the governed. I didn't sign up for this shit. We end up being governed by all of this stuff. Did we really consent to this? But with network states, these are cropping up all over the world. And the idea behind it is you get a group of people that actually voluntarily come up with a shared set of rules and a shared value base that gets codified. And then they may go out and buy a physical sovereignty somewhere. And these things are propping up all over the place. But we've never at any point in time had a historical situation where we were actually measuring whether or not, or comparing whether government was effective or not. For most of history, it's been there's a king, or it's a feudal system, or it's been based on force. There really hasn't ever been a situation. People talk about, oh, well, the whole point of having states is that you have all these different experiments. There are no fucking experiments. Most of the funding is now federal. The amount of leeway that a state has is pretty nominal. I mean, yes, there are some variations. I mean, California is certainly different than New Hampshire, but not fundamentally when it comes down to, big things like, entitlements and a whole variety of other things. They're really not. It's like, okay, well, we're the least bad of the colonies. Network states offer the ability to do real experimentation, but also have the ability for people to actually consent and be able to move in and out of different political entities. I'm interested in that. I am not interested in saving America. I actually don't think it makes sense. I'm reading a book. This guy, Sterling Lujan, gave me a whole reading list. I love, the guy's brilliant. And I see him at various points. He's really he's actually going and visiting these different network states. He's working on a company that actually is building technology that with anonymous communication systems and like voting systems to help enable the creation of network states. And he gave me an interesting book. And George, we've seen this kind of personally. I mean, the idea is once you get above 140 people, the organizational structure kind of goes haywire. And so it's like, I mean, I've seen that with companies, and it's certainly true with countries. So the idea that we have 330 million people in a geopolitical structure is, to me, idiotic. We don't need. So on the one hand, technocracy is moving towards one world government. I think we need 1 million different governments. We need to be not even just splitting into states. We need to be splitting even further than that, and actually having true consent and truly engaged people in what they're doing. Now, how to do all that and everything, I certainly don't have. I have 1 million times more questions than answered, but where I don't want to spend time is with some bullshit idea that we're going to restore the Constitution, or some bullshit idea that saving America is even an important concept. These are all attachments and fear and legacy bullshit that makes no sense. It is a complete waste of time. So I
think the opportunity is pretty large here. And what I mean by that is there's a segment of the population that doesn't believe in a two-party system. But recently, one of those third parties kind of latched on to a MAGA movement because friends of theirs were going to be freed. Epstein client list was going to be targeted, and maybe we end a whole bunch of nonsense secretary positions and cabinet things such as Department of Ed, and maybe even we get rid of the Fed, right? Or maybe we get rid of IRS. These are all carrots, from my opinion, that are being dangled among people that are still willing to believe that they can have faith in a currency and faith in a government.
Oh, it's a complete distraction. It's a complete waste of time. One of the things that I said early on, the CBDC risk, which I'm going to call stable coins a CBDC, is 10 times. It's a 10 times bigger problem right now than it was 6 months ago. And even libertarians are fucking clueless. They're like
the argument I want to make is the liberty movement is moving towards privacy coins, and I would not be surprised if with a couple of key connections, ex-Bernie bros would join that.
Well, again, I don't even think that it's a political movement necessarily. I actually think that it's people that are, if you're in health freedom, if you're in food freedom, if you're in an industry where the industry has already been attacked by the government, you've already been debanked, those are our people. People that are bought into the two-party system or even the three-party system, those are not innovators. None of those people are innovators. Again, like, we're going after 2.5%. It's an even smaller percentage of that, because it's not even 2.5% of the United States. In fact, if you start looking at network states, the other way that I'm thinking about this now is like, I don't even care. My goal is not to come up with a better system for everyone. It's to come up with a system that I don't even know if I could find 140 people that I would want to be in an actual voluntary community with. And by the way, there's a whole other. I started talking about this because this is part of these events that I've been going to. There are a lot of intentional communities and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I will say that most of the time I meet somebody from an intentional community, it's because they got kicked out of it. Or because it basically turned into like communism. Like, there's a whole bunch of like repeat things that happen with these structures. There's a, well, we don't like the way society works, so we're going to go off and we're going to form our own thing, but we're not going to study the historical organizational structures or how governance works. And so we're going to basically make mistakes that are 10 times worse than the thing that we just left. I see.
Yeah, there's no more Utahs to migrate to, right?
Or people are shifting, and again, there's stuff going on in Honduras. There's stuff in Singapore. They actually, I met the president of Liberland. He wants me to go speak at Liberland. There's stuff going on all over the place, and then depending upon the situation, again, you got to get out of the historical nation state thing and think about, well, if these things are really small, like, you've got 150 people, you got 140 people, 50 people, but it's not like you're segregated from the rest of society. It's not like you don't interact with the rest of society. The other part of this is like, oh, you got to be either Amish or Little House on the Prairie or some kind of cult thing like that. And it's like, no, I would rather, I don't even want to be a part. I might want to be in 20 different network states and move in and out. We've got to liberate ourselves from the thinking of how all of this stuff works, because none of it works. Fiat currency has a 0% success rate. There's nothing that supports the idea that we're going to fix America. And people get so attached to it, and I'm so fucking sick of it, because they're just lazy and haven't thought about what the hell's going on. There is no reason, we don't realize how badly people in the United States have succumbed to propaganda. It is probably as bad here or worse than it is in China. We have literally people going around saying we're the freest country in the world, we're the best country in the world. And when you look at the objective data, we're not the first in the world in any meaningful category. Health, education, we're not even first in innovation. We're like 18th in freedom of speech. We're like shit. Objectively, the only thing that we're top in is defense spending and incarceration rate. So I want you to think about that when you hear that, when you see that people are like patriotic about America being the best country and the freest country. There's absolutely no information to back that up. That's how propagandized we've become. And by the way, the more you start looking into this, it's kind of like, yeah, we're actually the bad guys. Like, I've recently started looking at, as this stuff has been unveiled about not only MK Ultra, but I watched a movie called, I think, Coup d'etat or something like that. And I hadn't really followed any of this, but we were heavily involved in manipulating the government of the Congo, even sending Louis Armstrong and very famous jazz musicians to push propaganda campaigns in the Congo, because the Congo was actually a major source of uranium. And it turns out that there's that famous scene of Khrushchev in front of the UN, banging his shirt saying, or his shoe saying, "We will bury you," and that isn't even what he was saying at all. Like that's been that was not even the context at all. He was not threatening to bury the United States or the other members of the United Nations. There's a whole history of what went on with the Congo that we weren't even on the right side of. Like our foreign policy, like again, when you really strip it back, it is embarrassing. We're actually the bad guys. We are currently actively the bad guys. So when I see people say, we're going to make America great, this is a form of collectivism. Even this patriotism. Am I supposed to hate somebody in Canada? Am I supposed to hate Chinese people? Right? Am I supposed to rally around the fact that our goal is to have our debt-based fiat currency with a central bank middleman? We want ours to be better than these other countries? And am I supposed to wear a fucking shirt and a jersey and flop a flag around with that? Am I supposed to be cheering on, levying more taxes on another country because we're better than other people because we use taxation? Actually, the whole basis and the idea of patriotism is offensive. And by the way, what we're being duped into with MAGA is and again, it's just people sheep following. But what people are actually following here is atrocious by what we're doing. And so, I don't even want to get engaged in the concept. I don't want any energy. There's no value in putting energy towards saving America when you actually understand what America is and what you understand what patriotism is. But I'll tell you, it's getting worse by the day, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, Jesus Christ, what are these guys? What's actually going on here? I mean, really, we're going to commercialize Gaza? We're gonna annex Greenland and now we're giving the Panama Canal to BlackRock? Whatever team that is, I'm not on that team. But people just have to be on a fucking team. Right? It's like, well, which pedophile network do you like? Are you an Epstein American or are you an Andrew Tate American? But you got to pick one. You can't be against both. You have to pick one. It's all bullshit. So, but the people that engage in picking these manufactured choices, these are the NPCs. These are the people that I'm telling you that they'll follow anything. They'll follow Epstein one day, they'll follow Tate the other. If your thing becomes legitimately the thing, they'll follow your thing. But there's no point in spending time trying to convince an NPC, because you only have a finite amount of time and resources to convince people. So if you're wasting your time on people that have so many layers of programming that you have to actually strip through, you have to have a 90-hour conversation just to get to the point where somebody realizes that, oh, hey, maybe taxes aren't what the price that we pay to live in a civilized society, right? Like if there's a then it's and where people misinterpret this is they say, well, that means you don't care about these people. No, moron. It means that you actually have to use your time efficiently and that you're competing in a marketplace where other people are actually pushing a global technocracy. And you have to be efficient with respect to time and resources and how you get your idea adopted. But if you're sitting there saying, oh, well, gee, I feel compassionate because this guy's a moron, but if I only spend 9 months with him instead of, 8 or whatever, then maybe he'll be convinced. You're absolutely going to fail. It's just a complete lack of strategy. So anyway, that's my soapbox on that. But but getting out of this America, the patriotism thing is really dangerous.
So let me repeat that back to you so I'm clear. It's not that you're anti an American. It's that you don't believe that people should be stuck into some kind of box that then forces them to choose between a WEF digital ID and some nationalistic ID, and they shouldn't have to choose between being an Epstein pedo or a pro alpha male Andrew Tate pedo.
Yeah, I'm against collectivism, and patriotism is a form of collectivism. So yeah, I'm actually for the maximization of free will, and our ability to exercise our free will to make choices. Technocracy takes away free will completely because it puts into the hands of scientists and engineers making all of our decisions for us. And I did mention at the beginning of this that where I disagree with Elon Musk is that he reasons from first principles, but his first principles are Newtonian physics and materialism. Well, if those are your first principles, then the natural endpoint of that is technocracy. But if we live in a world where consciousness is primary, where it is about probabilities and information, then you're going to have a completely different outcome. So I want to maximize people's ability to exercise their own free will choices. And technocracy is the opposite of that, which is why it remains the number one threat. The nationalism is actually a ruse, and it's all bullshit. All of these things are manufactured, right? China is not the enemy. If we're doing a joint biological weapons research with somebody, they're not our enemy. It's just show to. I mean, it's kind of like in 1984, right? It's like people will believe a completely manufactured war, or it's like wag the dog. I mean, people will actually buy whatever, and that's necessary to keep people in fear and to keep people compliant. All of these things, like we're not against Russia, we're not against China. All of these are members of the UN. All of these are members that are working towards vaccine passports and other global systems. And so we're sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to be what engaged in a hot war with China." No, it's just more theater. And look, I don't know why it baffled me that Trump. I still say it, it's still true. The least amount of freedom I've ever had in my entire life was under Trump and Republicans in 2020. And people like to say, well, it's an asterisk because of COVID. But I would argue that his trade wars with China actually probably are what led to the release of COVID. So this isn't something that happened to him. This is something he caused. And we got more surveillance. I mean, the WEF agenda did real well under Trump. But the interesting thing about the WEF is like, okay, Klaus Schwab and Yuval Harari, they're academics. They're fucking useless. They're not actually capable of doing anything. Musk is capable of doing something. Our AI czar is capable of doing something. And the thing that they're trying to do is the same thing that Klaus Schwab was trying to do, but you wrap a different container around it and then people are cheering for it. But we're wasting so much time. Again, politically, like I'm looking at this now and it's kind of like, we're not releasing the Epstein. What do we think? Do we think Epstein is partisan and that there are no Republicans involved, the entire system of Washington, D.C. runs on mutual blackmail. And I was saying earlier about conspiracy, kind of like I had the conspiracy to commit defamation thing, and Ian Freeman has conspiracy to commit money laundering, even though the money laundering charge was dropped. Based on how that works, all of Washington, D.C. should be charged with conspiracy to commit sex trafficking and treason. Literally, that would be a fair application of the law. But here's what's going to happen. It's mutually assured destruction. So they first release redacted documents that we all had access to publicly 5 years ago. The next thing is they brought out that whatever that other woman lawyer is, and she's saying, well, it's going to take time. We need to focus on convictions. So the next bullshit that we're going to get is they can't release the information because it's part of an ongoing investigation. And by the way, that along with conspiracy is one of the other just easy layup and runs around the Constitution. Because Nick Fuentes, who has lost all of his bank accounts and then actually even had some Bitcoin stolen from him, he's never been charged with anything. But when he goes to try to get these things done, he's like, oh, it's still an ongoing investigation. They have no obligation to provide you information about the investigation, and they can keep the investigation open indefinitely. That is what we're about to get. We are about to get all of the bullshit that we got under Trump about, all of the there's going to be 10 days of darkness. They're rounding up all the pedophiles, all of the bullshit that people bought and got pushed and the goalpost moved and moved and moved. This is the new theater with Epstein. It's, we can't release this because it's an ongoing investigation and prosecutions are coming imminently. There will never be any prosecutions.
They'll just use it to threaten their adversaries to vote their way on this, that, or the other thing.
I mean, again, Thomas Jefferson had things to say about this. I mean, we are at a point, even the French, we are at a point where the government is so far removed. But so then there are other people though that I'll talk to, and they're like, they don't like Doge. And I don't like Doge because it might become technocracy, but I like Doge because the only way you're going to uncover this stuff is to get a bunch of autistic 20-year-olds that haven't had their life drained from them and haven't gone through the indoctrination. I mean, that's kind of like the first company that we worked on, right? I still haven't been able to achieve the amount of productivity that we had with 7 people. And that was, 30 years ago almost. And so but there are people who are like, well, you have to follow the Constitution. It's like none of this stuff is operating within the Constitution. And so now the Constitution has just become something that solidifies the concealment of information and makes it so that, I mean, again, it's kind of like Edward Snowden. If you can't, the fact that the government is committing illegal acts against its citizens, that's not the problem. It's the fact that somebody talked about it. And that metaphor, that works across the board, right? We have a complete and total culture of this. This is why it's like the amount of time being spent trying to fix this, when like no one can lay out to me any historical precedent where you've done a turnaround or even a path of why it makes sense. I mean, we've got Doge is cutting money and then the House is actually reauthorizing the spending that was just cut. I mean, so it's pointless.
All right. So if agreed, it's pointless. So if the goal is to have a separation of money and state, then that would probably transfer to a separation of money and network states. So privacy, I'm not trying to shill for any particular platform right now, but at some point, there needs to be something that allows groups of 140, if they want to be that small, or they want to be a larger network state, to transact with other individuals globally without much government interaction.
I think the point behind this is network states can do whatever they want, that you can provide tools to them. But look, there's another argument, and this is where you get this from the BSV type crowd, that says and I'll say why it won't work here, but not that it won't work ever. There's something that says, well, if everybody's transparent and everything's transparent, then maybe that's the ideal case scenario. There's a libertarian argument to be made about that. Where there's not an argument is that you're going to be able to convince a government like the United States to apply transparency to itself. It will never happen because it is an existential threat to the power and the corruption that's built into the system. But you might be able to start something out. If people wanted to have something where everything was open and transparent and they voluntarily agreed to that, then that's fine, right? Again, there's no imposition of particular rules. If you want to consent to be a part of something like this, then you can consent to be a part of something like this. There doesn't have to be one. And you know, one of the things that's I've struggled with is I struggle with even the idea of maximalism with crypto in general, but it's a head scratcher for me on the idea that you have people that are thinking, oh, there can only be one currency. First of all, there's never only been one currency. But the only people that are actually advocating for one currency are the technocrats, and they want a global currency that's backed by energy credits. Why do we think that the best way to compete with a global energy credit-based system is to have a monolithic single currency?
Ironically, it's to have a system that's backed by energy usage.
Yes, I mean, it is a technocratic system, actually. And as it's been kind of leveled. So again, I don't have any answers to, what I'm saying is we need a lot of experimentation, and not even, and my goal isn't that, oh, I'm going to come up with, or I want to work on the thing that's going to be the thing that everybody uses. I don't believe in the concept of trying to find the thing that everybody uses. I think that the whole basis of it, and if you're actually maximizing free will, and you're actually pursuing this in a way that is centered around that you aren't looking for monolithic solutions. And so we've somehow found ourselves in a position where we have pseudo-libertarians pushing for maximalism and a single digital currency that ironically is trackable. How's that for a psyop?
What upcoming bills going through the House or the Senate do you think are going to have the greatest effect, one way or the other, on privacy coins?
So the stable bill in the House and the which I'm going to talk about on Thursday, and the Genius bill in the Senate, those are the two big ones. In fact, and I'm waiting for those even on Karma. The big gating item for Karma is not technical. It's legal, because I don't want to issue a stable coin, because the whole definitions of stable coins are actually pegged to fiat currency, which I find to be an amazing bit of propaganda inherently. How is something that's tied to fiat considered stable? But that is the way that these things are all written, is if something meets the definition of a stable coin, that it is something that's backed by fiat currency or by treasuries, which is why, you know, I'm waiting to see the implications around privacy, which there are some things in there, but they don't necessarily affect. So for instance, the Senate bill will allow for tether, because interestingly, the bills only apply to currencies issued within the United States. So there's a carve out for tether in the Senate bill, but there's not a carve out for tether in the House bill. And so it's going to be interesting to see how all of that works, but all of it references KYC, AML, and the Bank Secrecy Act. So surveillance is 100% part of these stable coins. So when I see people talking about we're going to be the world leader in stable coins, and then I'm looking on Twitter and people are like celebrating this, and these posts are completely boosted up, I'm like, how retarded are you? If Klaus Schwab said that, people would be like, oh, we're going to have a Tea Party style town hall. But people see a politician, nobody reads these bills, and people are walking headfirst. They're cheering these stablecoin bills. Think about just from a very basic perspective. The Bitcoin white paper was about peer-to-peer digital cash with no third parties. the whole point about this is a way for people to transact without central banks and without central authorities. Now, the number one use case that people are cheering for is a centralized, programmable digital token that is backed by fiat currency. This is the antithesis of crypto. Like there could not be a bigger L and a bigger strategic divergence. And so it's mind-boggling to me. But the problem is, a year ago, people were really concerned about CBDCs. I mean, we had people lined up. I would write an article. I'd get hundreds of emails, and people were really interested about this. Nobody's worried about CBDCs, and nobody's worried about stablecoins, even though the risks right now are much greater than they ever were. And I'm going to work on, well, we'll see what happens with the next article and the podcast on Thursday.
So ironically, you were in DC prior to this election, and neither RFK or Trump signed your anti-CBDC pledge, but they've come out with talking points about it, and now it looks like they're just going to push it down to, for lack of a better term, national banks as opposed to central banks.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to, and again, you don't care, I don't care whether. Look, who's the worst actor, Jerome Powell or Jamie Dimon? I mean, to be honest with you, Jerome Powell hasn't done that much to me. Jamie Dimon has fucking canceled bank accounts and done a whole bunch of other things. That wasn't dictated by the Federal Reserve. So, and of course, the largest owner of the Federal Reserve is JP Morgan Chase. But Trump doesn't talk about any. I don't even know if Trump understands it. Somebody asked, where can you find the articles that I'm writing? You can find them at brownstone.org. And that's actually where I primarily publish my stuff. And then Zero Hedge picks up about half of them. So, but Brownstone is definitely the place. And if you go to daylightfreedom.org, we have the articles linked there as well. In fact, daylightfreedom.org is probably a better place to go, just because you're going to get all of the links to all of the articles, all of the podcasts, all of the interviews that I've done, and then all of the events. So that's going to be probably the best place moving forward. But yeah, no, RFK wouldn't sign. And I will tell you that here's another thing. There are a lot of people who say to me, oh, why don't you go to Congress and testify on this? There's a naive belief that people in Congress are persuaded by information. And that is not how government works. And I'm not going to indulge people's ignorance about the reality of how government works. Everything is pay to play, bribery, or blackmail. It doesn't matter. There's no Mr. Smith goes to Washington. There's no I go circulate my book in Washington, D.C. and people read it. There's no money in it. So I'm not going to, I understand this because I've spent a lot of time in politics. I'm not going to waste time on this just because other people don't understand how politics works. There is no political solution. This is an exit and build solution. So I'm not going to be testifying in front of Congress. I'm not going to be trying to persuade any of these people. But they wouldn't sign the anti-CBDC pledge. And part of the reason that Vivek was close to signing. And in fact, I met with him right before the Iowa caucus, and then the New Hampshire primary was going to be right after that. And so I was trying to get him to sign it before the primary, but he had dropped out. But where his issue was, what I had said was, in the pledge, not only are you against CBDCs, but if a CBDC is pushed. So in other words, what I was trying to get these guys to sign up for was, this isn't just you making a campaign promise for votes. You really believe in the threat of CBDCs. So if Biden or Harris were to push a CBDC, your reaction to that would be to promote ditching the dollar and moving to crypto, gold, and silver. That was the second part of the pledge. And libertarian candidates, most of the libertarian candidates signed it. Joe Exotic was going to sign it. He was running for president. And I think maybe there was some other independent that signed it. But this was the issue. This is why I knew they were bullshit. Because if you're really against CBDCs, if you're saying all of these things that CBDCs are bad, but you're not willing to use your clout to tell people to ditch the dollar, to actually exercise your choice as a consumer to exit the system to stop it, you're going to be okay with complying with tyranny, then none of these people are serious. But look, RFK is a joke, right? I mean, this is we're certainly getting off topic here, but look at this. So this is a guy, the whole thing's about vaccines. And what has he done? He actually has put out a press release about anti-Semitism. And then he did a photo op eating French fries from Steak and Shake that were actually pre-cooked in seed oils. I mean,
Wait, it wasn't beef tallow? Because I was about to go to Five Guys to try those fuckers.
Well, it's not Five Guys, it's Steak and Shake. And so they're pre-made in soybean oil, and then they cook them in beef tallow. But the point is, there's a pre-step that still involves seed oils. So this dumb fuck is out there with a photo op eating French fries that were pre-cooked in seed oils. So again, look, here, this is a perfect example. And I would talk about this because I'm passionate about public health and the fact that it is a death cult. And it has always been a death cult. It's always been about eugenics. It's always been about population control. There's no golden age of public health. And RFK is like, we have to get all this information out here so we can restore integrity. There is no integrity to restore. It is a complete delay game. And by the way, I think over 90% of academic studies haven't been validated. And so it's basically a bunch of academic jerk-offs with alternating studies that have never been validated. This is why public health should not exist. And I wrote a tweet about that, but it's like, this is why, to go back to the whole point of why politics doesn't matter, these people aren't even solving the right problem. RFK is talking about forcing Coke to use sugar instead of fructose corn syrup. Okay, first of all, the reason Coke uses fructose corn syrup is because of government corn subsidies, which have totaled over $100 billion over the last couple of decades. That's the source of the problem. RFK is not solving the problem. Just like he claims he's trying to actually solve things at the root level, he actually thinks government solves problems. Government created the problems. He's not addressing the subsidies. So now it's some asshole going in with government power, telling a corporation what they can and cannot do. What does that do? That sets a great precedent. The next time, we may agree with him on this now, the next time somebody's in there, when Fauci is the head of HHS, then what he's going to mandate is Coke has to use cricket powder instead of sugar. All he's doing is reinforcing and solidifying government control over public health, which is a fundamentally stupid idea. And he is completely wrong in his belief of government. So I'm not a fanboy. I actually think he is a joke. And unfortunately what he's done, because a lot of these Maha people talk about being about health choice, but really they're okay with they don't like the fact that certain things were forced on them, but if it's their guy, they're okay with him forcing things on others. And it's all bullshit. So that's why I don't even want to play with this. It's all going to be a letdown because nobody is dealing with a root problem. What is Trump's theory? We're going to have the dollar is the global reserve currency. How is he going to fix this? What's his strategy? Tariffs?
So can we go back to Maha for a second?
Yep.
And so just like there are a bunch of people that were very engaged because they heard the rally call about the lawfare that the Biden administration was doing. And then with a couple of sound bites of Trump saying he's anti-central bank digital currency, they've let their guard down and gone back to focusing on their day-to-day lives. Should people that, I'm just going to pick something, like people that are pro raw milk, should they let their guard down because of Maha, or should they be extra engaged right now to make sure that Maha and the current administration doesn't create a situation where they've set a precedence for government control of health, and even if for a short period of time they're allowed to operate with impunity, that they've not actually set themselves up to be imprisoned in the future.
They should be participating in marketplaces using privacy coins and exiting the system. There's no like green light for raw milk. It's not like nothing's changed on the raw milk front. In fact, like again, this is the thing. And by the way, the Maha movement is struggling right now because for most of the Maha movement, the issue was vaccines. And there is very much a belief or an understanding actually that vaccines cause autism. And so the idea that the vaccines have not been pulled from the shelves, and I've seen some really top people in there, they're like, we're killing fucking children. And you want to wait and get a study commission? You're going to go out and eat French fries, pre-cooked in seed oils. You're going to put out a press release about anti-Semitism, right? I would say a dominating issue for Maha is vaccines. And what do we have? Trump never backed down from warp speed. He thinks it's his crowning achievement. And now we have Operation Stargate and a $500 billion investment from SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI, part of which is to push mRNA vaccines. Like Maha's getting their ass kicked on their big issue. All of the other stuff is actually photo ops. I mean, I looked at the pictures of RFK today, and it's like, this dude should be on The View. It's a joke, and almost to the point where it's like blink twice if you're in trouble. Because what happened to this guy, right? Like it's almost like it's almost like Mossad has blackmail pictures on him and they pulled him out. You know what I mean? Like seriously. So the other problem with this, and I know some of these people that are involved in this, they've never been involved in politics before. And so what happens is when people get political power, they're like, they buy into, and I've posted some of these things too. I swear to God, everybody should watch Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, because this show is entirely about the battle between elected politicians and the administrative state. But in Brit style, classical Brit style from like the 80s or 90s, not today, they have some phrases and some back and forth and some banter that actually accurately summarizes exactly what's going on today. And there are a whole bunch of different episodes. One episode may be battling the Department of Education. The other is battling the Endowment for the Arts. The other is battling the military, right? And they basically just show generally the administrative state. There's a little bit of play back and forth, but generally the administrative state dominating over the politicians, and when they do agree, it's to the detriment of the citizens, right? But the phrases that they use sum up exactly what's going on here. Well, the problem is, and I've shared some of these videos. It's kind of like, there's a military conflict. It's like, well, there's nothing we can do about it, or maybe we should do something about it. And then, well, it's too late. And there's a four-step like excuse making process for why not to do something. And there are a whole bunch of these like little interchanges, and you can apply that today. So we're seeing this with Maha. So these people have never had political power before, and they're buying into these. I actually will find it. Start talking about something else. I actually want to find bring up something else. I want to find this.
Well, to your point right here, I mean, you've run quite a few campaigns, and you've probably gotten like at least 75 people elected in different states of government, and I would question how many of those you would still support. And one of the things that I witnessed, maybe you can back me up on this, is that you would find somebody that was gung-ho about a specific issue that actually affected him or his business or his family personally. And that was their mantra when they were elected and they got in there. And then also all of a sudden, just like a freshman football player that was then on the varsity team, they, the seniors that were already in office would be like, yeah, that's a great play. We're going to run your play, but first you got to run some of our plays. And then that guy would run all their plays. He would vote their way. And then finally, when it was time for him to run his play, they would all fall back and let him just get creamed by the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, so I got involved in politics because of Obamacare, and so I spent a lot of time in New Hampshire trying to oppose Medicaid expansion, which was part of Obamacare, and to the point of supporting candidates who signed a pledge that they would oppose Obamacare in all of its forms, including Medicaid expansion. And so a lot of people that are elected today, I backed and funded, and we did a lot of work with their campaigns on the basis of them signing that pledge. And now fast forward to today, they're actually co-authors of bills making the Medicaid expansion permanent. And so people talk about the Overton window or whatever, but I've seen it. I looked at, I started to look at New Hampshire politics again, and I looked at this, I'm like, you guys have cemented all of the losses on everything that we were fighting 10 years ago, and you're now working on bullshit that doesn't matter. I'm not even going to engage in this anymore. But it's very predictable what happens throughout the process. And I think one of the other points that you made is it's kind of like there's not this is a problem with the liberty movement. They're actually, so it's interesting when we start talking about network states, but this is true from just experiencing different liberty communities. There is a lack of accountability and a lack of private dispute resolution. And usually what happens is it boils over so bad that the state actually has to get involved, because there's an unwillingness or an inability for the community to self-correct, which is one of these conundrums, which is for voluntary interaction, but why is it that in all of these communities that supposedly have these principles that are around voluntary interaction, people violate the fundamental ideas behind it, fundamental morality, and it ends up getting to the point where it's such a shit show the state has to get involved. So, and again, I don't have an answer to that other than to say that is an ongoing problem, which is that the state isn't great, but why don't we do things voluntarily? Why is it that we talk about like consumer reports or whatever, and we don't need regulation, but yet who's analyzing rug pulls? Who's providing the private information? Where's the marketplace of people that are trying to protect people from clear and blatant scams?
Yeah. So, I mean, I would imagine that your audience is ahead of the curve on a lot of the things that you're discussing. And unfortunately, being too early is sometimes worse than being too late. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I know that were early to Bitcoin and questioned it, not even knowing that it was hijacked. But when they first started hearing about Bitcoin 100,000, they were like, oh, it's going to be such a scam if it gets to 100,000. It's supposed to be digital cash. It's not supposed to be digital gold. And now we're at a point where they hit the 100,000. And it hasn't topped it much. It just keeps going down as more and more boomers are buying it through, some broker that's pushing it as one of the many things that they're trying to sell them on, not for the upside, but just for the transaction fees. So, one of the things that I recently had somebody that I was telling about, Bitcoin and digital currencies and that sort of thing back in 2014. And of course, now that Bitcoin looks cheap to this individual, she was asking me, should I buy in now? And I said, slots are more fun. And her reply was, I lost 200 last weekend on slots. So, I mean, obviously not an investor. And I just don't even know where to advise people at this point. Because, so with that said, I believe that anybody that's listening to this podcast right now is ahead of the curve. And unfortunately, sometimes it's not that advantageous to be ahead of the curve unless you're in it for the great-great-grandchildren you're never going to meet, and you realize that not everything we can do now is going to be number go up. But if you're in it for the principle, and one of the things I heard you touch on earlier was first principles, then, if you have a chance, I know G. Edward Griffin not only has put out, books about the creature from Jekyll Island, and another book that most people don't know about the value of, B-17 and how that might help people that are fighting the big C. I'm trying not to get anything banned on any channels here. But also, I believe that he was working on something about first principles. And so regardless, if somebody is just saying, okay, I believe that privacy coins are something that I should help nurture, but because privacy coins aren't number go up, then how much am I going to throw towards my principles? And if I'm going to throw it towards my principles, what should some of those first principles be so I can have faith in myself and the future?
I mean, for me, and this is actually going to be, I'm going to be going more into some of the daylight stuff on consciousness and which is the stuff I was doing before COVID, which I think is more important, because all of the rest of this is actually you trying to fix these things. Like even fixing the money is not going to fix. Actually, it isn't going to fix things if morality isn't fixed. And I see, knowing Dan's on there, I know that Mark Passia is an interesting guy, and he's doing a shadow work workshop, and he's been pounding his head for the last 2 decades trying to help people with this, try to help people understand natural law, help people understand that the only thing that we can do is actually change our own thoughts, our own actions, our own emotions. That is it. That is all that is under our control. That is the most important thing to do. All of the rest of it is secondary. People that are trying to figure out how to maximize fiat currency, I don't even care about that, because again, fiat currency for what purpose? Privacy coins, well, the number can go up with privacy coins. But again, is the purpose maximizing fiat? What are you actually trying to do? I've gotten to the point where I only work on things that I believe in and that I want to see in the world. So I'll give you this example. I truly believe, and I said earlier that we don't need 2 or 3%. We need 5 people like Roger. Like if 5 or 10 of us stood up and went all in, that's all it would take, because everybody else is so fucking passive, like completely passive. Almost nobody does anything. And watching people just follow without any consideration, like it's almost everyone. So it's so few people that can make a difference. It's like a handful of people. So
let me dig into that with you. So if a merchant right now was listening to this podcast, and let's say they have a sandwich shop, let's say they have any kind of retail location, and they're paying 30% to, or they're probably paying 75% to Groupon, because it's, you sell it for half, and then Groupon gets about half of that. So, and then if you're dealing with Uber Eats, you're giving up a minimum of 30%. And all the coupons you run, any of the Facebook promos you run, if they were to actually say, if you come in and purchase my product at full price, I'll give you, I'm just throwing out a number here, 20% back in a privacy coin that you can then use with me in the future, then could that be a way that they could onboard people and build customer loyalty?
So a lot of this, I don't want to get things to get complex. And so these, to me, the fastest way, and the reason that I'm working on karma is because after a couple of years of going around the country and talking to merchants and talking to people and trying to onboard people, what I've determined the pain point is that merchants can't deal with the volatility of the price of crypto. Even if it goes up 40% one month, down 40% another month, it's great that it goes up 40% one month, but if it goes down, based on their margins, they can't make payroll. So this is actually a gating issue for a merchant to even want to take cryptocurrency. And so what ends up happening is they will want to convert to a stable coin, but even that doesn't solve their problem because merchants are aware of the fact that the dollar has lost 30% of its purchasing power since 2020. So in particular, the people that are most being damaged and that have been actually crushed since COVID are small business owners. To me, the best deployment strategy to get people onboarded is to use Karma, which is a gold-backed token that they can actually redeem for physical gold. So will actually hold value better, and it's more stable than a stable coin or than fiat. But more importantly is to actually connect merchants to one another so that you're building a network and a marketplace where merchants can start creating an ecosystem buying from one another. I actually think that's the best way to get this distributed. So now all of a sudden you have a bunch of merchants that are receiving a gold-backed privacy coin, and now they can start using that amongst others in the network. But the network doesn't have to be geographically based. So it's important. This is why it's important to build a marketplace, because everybody's about local, but I've seen local tried, and there are some challenges with that. But there's nothing to say that you can't have somebody selling raw milk to somebody to a guy that's selling grass-fed beef, and so where you're actually doing trade and it isn't localized. That actually can be done using escrow accounts and a whole bunch of other things. And so this is how I got to that, because I've tried the other things. Adding too much complexity is not going to work, just because it's hard to teach people even how to download wallets. And so I'm talking about people that are in. The guy that owns the raw milk farm is probably somebody that's also into health freedom and is probably buying supplements from somebody like Mike Adams, who's interested in this as well, the health ranger, who does massive volume, right? So you start connecting a couple of these people together, and then their networks are the early adopters. And so it ends up being probably about 12 to 24 categories of merchants that are themselves in categories that are innovative because of the nature of whether it's where they are ideologically or direct interference that they've had with the government, getting those people to work together and trade with one another, and then to refine the tools so that it then becomes easier, because the tools need refinement before it's going to be easy. I don't want to look, I don't care about normies for early adoption. And I'm going to say this another time. It is a waste of time to spend any time on normies or mass market when you are in the early phase, because all you're going to end up doing is doing technical support and dealing with a lot of bullshit. Where if you just did the sequencing properly and worked with innovators and started to build the thing out and make it easier, then the normies can come on, because it's brain dead easy, because the tools are as easy to use as the other things that they've been doing. But I'm going to be adamant about not wasting time on normies, because people, and it happens a lot of time. People are like, oh, this is scary. I'm worried because my grandmother's not going to be, I don't want people
All
that
right,
I know.
so let me repeat back to you what I think I'm hearing. So if somebody's listening to this podcast and they're getting it, for lack of a better term, then anybody that wants to create a B2B marketplace should reach out to you right away. And anybody that wants to create a B2C marketplace, a business to customer, should also get involved with you. But they might want to first focus on business to business, B2B.
It's one marketplace. It's just that it's likely to be the business owners buying from one another, B2C. It isn't a B2B. This isn't like a supply chain issue or something like that. It's just getting people that are early adopters together. And yeah, you can reach out to me, but what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to have an invitation only event in October with 24 people from that are the most influential people in these categories to get together and brainstorm how to do this. and how to cross-pollinate, because I'm not going to be able to field a lot of individual stuff, and the product still has to be built. There's a series of underlying tech things that have to happen in order to make that happen. But I do want to say a couple things. There are a couple of comments here. Cryptocurrency theories stated a couple things that I think are really, really interesting. And I don't know if I'm going to put it in this next article, but I do want to talk about it, which is, he says that I think Trump coin on Solana was a clear indication that the shit is only going to get worse for Americans. I agree. I've talked to somebody who's like, oh, it's great that now we're doing meme coins because that means that we're going to be entering an era of deregulation. I think that's bullshit. And let me tell you why. So basically, the average person, okay, if you're an average person, you can participate and buy lottery tickets. You can participate in things that have such a low payout potential that they're illegal for private citizens to do. You're able to participate in the lottery, which actually has such a low payout that it wouldn't even be allowed in a casino because it's that much of a ripoff. Lotteries are so bad that they disproportionately hurt poor people. And I saw some stat, I'm going to be wrong on it, but it was something like in poor, depressed areas, people spend as much as 5% of their income on lottery tickets. So here's the thing. You can buy lottery tickets. And now, because of Trump coin, now you're going to be able to participate in meme coins. Well, here's the problem with that. You can say, oh, well, that's a big win, right? Well, yeah, you sure. Okay, so I'm not saying gambling should be illegal at all, but here's what you can't do. You can't buy stock in a fucking company that actually has real potential to generate a 10,000 times return. You can't invest in OpenAI at the seed stage. You can't invest in Tesla. You can't invest in any company that could have a genuine return because that's all regulated. And the only people that can invest in that are high net worth people. And it's all done through the SEC, and it doesn't protect a single investor. If they were concerned about protecting investors and people from getting ripped off, they wouldn't have fucking lotteries and they wouldn't allow meme coins, because people lost more money on Trump coin and Melania coin and everything else. Then I actually got to look at that. I wonder what the relative loss is on meme coins between Malay and Melania and Trump versus the total amount of money lost in the dot-com boom, because it's staggering what the numbers are. But you can't participate in, and if you're a business owner, unless you've got $50,000 to pay a lawyer, then you can't start a fucking business. You have to raise money to pay legal fees to start a business. It's all bullshit. All this does, it is let them eat cake. It is, we're going to give the plebs Ponzi schemes, and we're going to give the plebs the ability to degenerate gamble in things that would be illegal because of the payout is so low in Las Vegas. But you can't buy a share of fucking stock and you can't sell a share of stock. It's an absolute outrage. People should be outraged by it, but people don't know how any of this works. But yeah, no. And by the way, what this means is you have no chance, right? The thing about meme coins is meme coins aren't even like gambling. I know statistically what the percentage is that I'm going to win at the blackjack table or the roulette wheel. But with meme coins, it's all insiders with advanced knowledge using bots. You don't even know what there is no payout. There are like 20 people that make all the money. Everybody else gets fucked. And now we actually have heads of state doing this, which using taxpayer money and taxpayer social media accounts to push Ponzi schemes. And I don't think anybody should listen to a politician. I don't think that these people are awful. I don't think people should look up to politicians. Unfortunately, people do. So what a rug pull that is. But I am like a hardcore adamant about the fact that people are not allowed to invest in or sell equities. And there's nothing that's going to fix that. In fact, now with bank regulated stable coins, they're going to be able to, the natural consequence of that is to tie it to a digital ID. And if they can't validate that you have enough assets or make enough money, you won't be able to use your stable coin to invest. And because stable coins will be the only currency that you can use, it's going to be another way to gatekeep and make sure that only the wealthy can invest in companies.
As opposed to buying stock in a company, if that's currently not allowed, what is allowed is that you can buy future paper. So back, 20, 25 years ago was factoring, where you would buy somebody's advanced receivables. And then it got to the point where there were business cash advances where people basically could, it wasn't lending. It was, they would give you money and then be able to pull out of your bank account every business day during the banking week, those things. So if somebody was to issue not a meme coin, but a funding coin on a privacy chain, do you think they'd be able to get away with that for a while?
Look, there's a whole separate thing. When Patrick Byrne was working on this, the idea of a blockchain tech stack for human civilization, this is where network states come in, because what we need is a completely different governance structures and then tokens on top of that. So we need to rethink the entire basis of how equities work, how stocks work. All of that needs to be built from the ground up, because, and I'm not going to go into it here now, but the stock market is an absolute scam. There's one company that is owned by a guy that worked for the CIA that actually owns all of the stock certificates for all of the publicly traded companies. It takes 3 days for them to physically move. You don't even own your own equity. Like the thing is so unbelievably inefficient and rigged that people can't even imagine this, because they think, oh, it's Wall Street. This must be, really sophisticated and computers and everything else. And it's like, no, we have naked short selling and a whole bunch of fraud, because behind and underneath the system is an intentionally slow, inefficient thing that has a single centralized gatekeeper. And the next thing they're going to do is they're going to take those same gatekeepers and then add them in as a layer with regulated transparency tokens. And so again, the solution to this is to rethink all of this. And this is why it's like, when I'm doing this gold token, I don't know where I'm going to base it. And this is a separate conversation. I don't even know when to have some of these conversations. I'm glad we're talking about this now, just in general. But I put out a post that basically said, fuck your doctor, fuck your insurance company, fuck the hospital. We like to talk about how much we're in a prison. How many people have jobs that they don't like just because they could get medical insurance? And here's the thing. When you actually go and price out medical services, we're at a point right now where you will pay less cash out of pocket than your copay is through your insurance. If you do medical tourism, and I put together a chart showing the relative cost of different services, you can get everything from open heart surgery to whatever, a long list. I did a list of the top 10 most popular surgical procedures. They're anywhere between 83 and 95% off in terms of cost. I actually found a video of a woman in California that had to get some dental work done, like wisdom teeth or something like that. And it turned out to be cheaper for her to fly to fucking Thailand and stay there for a week and hang out and get her dental procedure done than the cost for her to go in California and get the dental work done. People are so locked in to thinking that all that exists is the insurance and copays and these existing hospital systems. They've also bought into the myth that the United States has the best healthcare in the world, which is also not accurate. So all of this is about changing people's thoughts about all of this. In fact, the best way to start out is, I've done a lot of this research, I don't even know how to present it, but when I say public health is a death cult, it is. So if you start out by saying, I'm not going to use a doctor, what are the other possible things out there? Because there's what you know, there's what you know you don't know, and there's what you don't know you don't know. And the what you don't know is infinitely larger than everything else. And how people run their lives is by what they think they know. So they've confined themselves into this little box. Once you let go and admit to yourself that the shit that you know, you've actually been lied to your entire life, and it's probably the opposite of what you think, then that frees you up to be open to explore and research other things. But our healthcare system is absolute shit. And the thing is, doctors are indoctrinated to push a John Rockefeller inspired medical curriculum where he basically shut out other forms of medicine and other forms of other solutions, specifically so that he could push drugs and procedures and supplements and things that used oil. So the entire basis of the healthcare system doesn't even have as its main purpose improving people's health. It is literally, so now what you have is you have doctors that have been indoctrinated. They've not thought about what they've learned. They've just basically been memorizing stuff. So now they're armed with an ego and an expectation that because they have this certification, they're the only one qualified to do it. Whereas I would tell you, a doctor has more to unlearn than most. This is another reason why RFK is bullshit and we're not going to reform public health, because not only does he believe in the integrity of public health and that there's a restore point, but he also thinks that doctors, the most indoctrinated people of all, are the people that should be at the table coming up with the solution. Those are the last people. Like a doctor that just woke up on COVID, I've talked to these people, like they still think, oh, well, 90% of the rest of this stuff is accurate. It's like, look at your dietary guidelines, look at even other vaccination, look at all of the shit, keep tracing it back. They've never questioned any of it. So I don't think doctors should have any authority over anything. Prescriptions, I think the idea that we have commercials or the way that things are presented to people is, oh, make sure to consult your doctor before you do this, this, or this. Fuck your doctor. You don't tell your doctor to, go through a re-education camp before he talks to you, right? But the last place I would expect in the 8 minutes you get in a doctor visit is accurate advice from a guy whose financial incentives are tied to slinging opioids for Purdue, or while trying to, cower in fear under his medical malpractice insurance because he now has to work through a hospital that has, in addition to medical malpractice rules, the hospital rules. So I do want to say, so I was telling you that yes, minister and yes, prime minister, and like the list of excuses. So this is a general list of excuses. So I expect this to happen for Maha. I expect this to happen for MAGA and everybody that thinks they're going to go in and create this great change. Because by the way, if it doesn't happen within the first 100 days, it's not going to fucking happen. So period, because then it's all going to be, it's already started today with Thomas Massey, right? It's all about, people already started to talk about primarying in the midterms. So any big thing that doesn't get done in the first 100 days, it's dead. But here are the excuses you're going to get. Oh, we can't do this. It's ongoing investigations, privacy concerns, national security, legal challenges, political pressure, evidence integrity, bureaucratic delays, public safety, incomplete records, classified info. You could make a bingo card out of this standard list of excuses. And so these people that are now getting into political power, have never had political power before, don't understand how it works, still believe we have a constitution. And still, like they're sitting around jerking themselves off saying, oh, well, we're just going to have to collect information because if we have enough information, then people will be convinced of the integrity. People don't know how to read the fucking information. Are you kidding me? I mean, so by the time they collect any information, all of which is going to be disputable because it's probably not reproducible, nobody's going to read it. Like it's just, so my only question is RFK that dense or is he compromised? But I mean, this is one of these things where it's like, we have this whole like, oh, it's Camelot and everything else. It's like, I'm sorry, guys, what's the golden age? When your when your uncle and your father got assassinated and didn't implement anything? Is that the golden age? They didn't get shit done either. There isn't a golden age. There's a like PTSD reflective thing. Here's the thing that I like. I actually did this. This probably pissed a lot of people off. He's talking about we're going to bring back the presidential fitness test. JFK was the inspiration for the original presidential fitness test. So what I did was I asked Grok, what prescription drugs was JFK on? And so, it's like, so I would love to hear Ted Kennedy and I would love to hear RFK talk about presidential fitness standards and being the icon of health. I mean, there wasn't a fucking drug that JFK wasn't on, from meth to it's just like, it's absurd, right? And so all of this is just fake. So I don't mean to pick on him that much, but what frustrates me about it is watching these people who mean well, the people that have really good intention, the people that have been passionate about medical health issues, and I'm watching them and they're about to get shredded by those 10 excuses I just listed. And they're gonna eat the shit the whole way through because we believe Bobby can fix it, and they believe a bumper sticker, and they believe in they haven't checked the core premises about whether or not you can even restore integrity to something that never had integrity, and they're just going to get chewed up, and then they're going to be more demoralized. And in the meantime, we've moved that much closer to Agenda 2030. And I will say that we might get Agenda 2028. I actually think things are going to be more accelerated under this current administration, just because they're actually competent at being able to implement these things technically. So anyway, so those were the excuses. Oh, sorry, those were the excuses for not releasing the Epstein files. So ongoing investigations. And by the way, I put this list out before Pam Bondi even released the redacted information. So she's already done privacy concerns, and she's already done national security. And what came out today is going to be ongoing investigations, which is number one on the list. That's going to be the new excuse. Like, it's, again, if you study,
you really need to make that bingo card.
I should make the bingo card. And the thing is, it's frustrating because I don't even know what to do. Because again, these people, they mean well and they don't have a fucking clue. And the problem that I have is I don't have the patience for this anymore. Like, I'm not going to sit here and humor people into believing.
The vast majority of people don't have the bandwidth for this. The reason why people will recite what they heard Ian Carroll say on Joe Rogan is because they can't wrap their head around what Whitney Webb has put out there. And I'm not advocating for anybody or not trying to knock anybody. But the point that I'm trying to make is at this point in the podcast, anybody that's still here is looking for, how can I be part of the solution? And one of the things that I heard you say, I'm just going to throw this out there, none of the things that I say are investment advice, and none of the things that anybody hears me say is advocating for any particular cryptocurrency or blockchain. Who the fuck knows what's going to win? But if you believe in privacy and you believe in creating a marketplace, but you want to find your niche, then based on, some stuff we were talking about, 5 to 10 minutes ago, was, what I would call, and I'm not making up this name, is health tourism. So imagine if you created a marketplace that used privacy currency, and you were able to match doctors with travel agencies, with Airbnbs that were in country, and with consumers that wanted to find a much better value for whatever health concern that they felt that they were being horribly over priced at locally. And there's a bunch of these marketplaces that could be created.
So there is, but I will say, so the reason, and again, there's a timing to this. So I actually don't want to push a lot of stuff. We need the escrow feature. So everything is about doing this in the right sequence, or otherwise you have a lot of pent up interest that gets dissipated because you can't do anything with it. So there are some technical things that need to happen to facilitate a marketplace like this functioning properly. So, and those things are going to happen, but they're not going to happen right away. So I want to, so again, I think that there's building a marketplace and then building kind of a core base of a marketplace or infrastructure where other people can create marketplaces, but those inner workings have to get done. But yeah, that is medical tourism. And I started Salu. I actually started a company that I was looking at doing this. I was looking at disrupting healthcare by having people pay cash. And what I learned, this is why this public health thing, so my second startup was in the healthcare space, and it was destroyed by Obamacare, Dodd-Frank, and Eric Holder. But in that process, I got to deal with I had to deal with a lot of people in public health. In fact, some of the same people, it turns out, that were writing academic papers for COVID, and I didn't realize it until after the fact. And I learned that doctors is so as much as, I could create a cash only network and put in place a reputation management system. Doctors are so stuck between their medical malpractice, their agreements with insurers. There's no ability to innovate based on the certification and the contractual relationships that are already in place. Like we literally, it's a dead system. Medical tourism could work and should work. And that's one where, the combination of a escrow and reputation management system and some things you could do with aliases with Xano make that really feasible. But here, so again, the purpose of today's podcast was to talk about the Biden lawfare, which again, I don't believe in the voting. The only thing that, Ross was free. I view at best, it's like a hostage negotiation. That's the most we can get out of politics, is getting our people out that have been arrested and to get our best freedom fighters out. But there's going to be no positive solutions working within government. It's just an absolute waste of time. And I could talk about that for 40 hours, but I'm not going to. But I tried that, spent a lot of time. But here are the 10 excuses that I think Maha is going to get, or all of these other people that have bought this white knight strategy. We're going to save the republic through all this fucking bullshit consolidation of people that are going to solve things. Here are the excuses. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither are lasting solutions. We're laying the groundwork for future success. These things take time to get right. We're navigating unprecedented challenges. The system wasn't designed for quick fixes. We need bipartisan support to move forward. We're prioritizing long-term stability over short-term wins. The complexity of the issue requires careful study. Budget constraints limit what we can do right now. Change is a marathon, not a sprint. I guarantee you, Maha and other groups are going to be snowed by this more than anything else. And part of the problem with all of this is that the way that the political process has been structured right now, it's all based on white knights. So none of it is being done on the basis of principled strategy. There's no like, here's the plan. Everything's about, even make America healthy again. Well, that could mean a million different things to a million different people. Make America great again has no specificity to it at all. Everybody can have their own opinion of it. And they are these generic short things because they're malleable. And what people are putting their faith in are the white knights and the people themselves. And so if RFK comes out and says, we're prioritizing long-term stability over short-term wins, his group is going to eat it and they're going to buy it. And then boom, time's up. If Trump comes out and says, change is a marathon, not a sprint, or we're navigating unprecedented challenges or whatever, and uses some excuse. I mean, he's already done this. And so because his audience, his supporters, by default, they're not principled. They're not, there isn't a, here are the 10 things that I'm going to do. It's a generic aspirational wish that can change based on what Trump says it means. And so because of that, we can count on nothing happening. And we can count on these 10 excuses being deployed, and we're already seeing it. And some of it is you can't beat an administrative state that's unconstitutional by using the Constitution, right? This is the other thing. It's if you have a rule set and the people at the top are not using the rule set and you're using the rule set, you're going to lose. Just a basic game theory. But that's what happens. So there's so many people that have wrapped themselves in the Constitution and wrapped themselves in the flag, and I've seen them, they get befuddled. They're shocked when they lose. Oh my God, I can't believe this didn't happen. What do you mean you can't believe the thing that was forced down your throat that wasn't constitutional to begin with, you didn't defeat it with the Constitution? I mean, I don't know. And again, I have sympathy for this because I wasted a lot of time on the political process, but then I also don't, there's no, like to my earlier point, you're not going to convince mainstream the amount of time and money that goes into that. You get 1,000x return convincing an innovator, you get 100x return convincing an early adopter, and you get a negative, reverse those for things later out. And you're dealing with time and resources, and you're competing with people pushing other ideologies. And so this is why I'll push the solutions that, like on the marketplaces and everything else. This is why I'm waiting on the workshops. I don't want to do any more workshops where I'm giving people 2 different privacy coin wallets. I don't want to work on something where I'm giving them a point of sale system that doesn't include the privacy coin that will actually solve the issues while it's pending being integrated. Like, I don't want to give people half solutions where they're sitting there. I want coming out of a workshop, a newly onboarded consumer buying something from a newly onboarded merchant. And if that can't happen, I don't want to have a workshop, because it's just a waste of time because everybody that I run through a workshop like that, I'm going to have to run through a whole other workshop. So rather spend the time building the solution, and then it's all about conversion rate. And kind of like with e-commerce, right? Click-through rate and conversion rate. The same applies here with these ideas. And so we're not going to spend time on somebody that's 2 or 3 levels removed, where even if we convince them, they then don't actually have the ability to implement the thing that we're talking about. But we're not far off. Again, it's just sequencing. But the headwinds on this are Bitcoin maxis. And I will tell you, I don't know whether it was deliberate or not. Like, I don't know if we'll ever find out the level of sophistication involved in this, but I will tell you that Roger he actually, as one person, embodies what's going on, I believe, with the hijacking of this, because this is a guy, I would argue that, so he was pushing Bitcoin as peer-to-peer digital cash. Then there were the fork wars, and he was pushing for big blocks. And when you read Hijacking Bitcoin, you learn about the propaganda and censorship was used, even denial of service attacks. I mean, it even got to the level of hacking and everything else. It was a very highly manipulated and controlled situation. Well, then he got involved, and then Craig Wright got involved. And I believe Craig Wright, I don't know what, I think Craig Wright is probably a chaos agent, because you couldn't have done more to, so let's just say, so Roger was getting people to look at big blocks and to start using big blocks and to continue to do peer-to-peer digital cash. And then Craig came in and completely disrupted that and, and created all of this chaos. And then what did he end up going off and doing? Is creating a version of this where they're now trying to like partner with the WEF and partner with Davos. I mean, it is a form, he's trying to make it a CBDC. So Roger's been trying to push peer-to-peer digital cash, and it seems like he gets into these situations where he gets something gets hijacked on both sides of him, just like what's happened now, where the Biden administration shut him down initially because he was a threat to CBDCs, and then while in that state, Bitcoin maxis took advantage of his condition to suppress his ability to spread the truth about Bitcoin. And so now, like, I feel genuinely like horrible for him. Like, literally put yourself in the position of, you've been pushing fervently and you believe with every fiber of your being that decentralized money separated from state can end wars and alleviate poverty and spread economic freedom all around the world. And you end up in these traps surrounded by people. I mean, Craig Wright sued him multiple times. So he ended up in a situation where, he's dealing with censorship and all of the just terrible things that he had to deal with on that side. And then literally lawsuits from BSV. How much time and effort did that distract from his ability to promote BCH? And then when he finally breaks through that and realizes that we've got to push privacy coins, he's shot down. And then the thing that he was rallying against 8 years ago is now being pushed on CNBC and through BlackRock and people like Michael Saylor. And so, again, these things get hijacked. And we have to watch out for this with what we're doing, right? With this privacy. There's already stuff creeping up. There's already division within the privacy coin space. There's already some tension going on, with Monero and Zano. And I actually think some of it might be, deliberate chaos, not designed to suppress Zano, but to actually continue to depress privacy coins. Because the problem with privacy coins is privacy coins haven't worked their way out of the niche, because it's all pushed as this like Guy Fawkes masks, and it's used for, they market it. They're not marketing it for the mainstream. There's almost an aspect to this of, well, you have to be a cool kid to be in this particular club to use this. And the reality is, everybody deserves privacy money. Privacy money should be something for mass market adoption, not something for niche adoption. Well, there are people that are trying to suppress that in a material way, and then they get envious if people actually do start trying to use these things, because it's like, oh, well, no, this is the thing that only me and my 5 friends can use. It's tough.
Yeah, back to the 140 people. And so one of the things you were talking about earlier, which is basically what was the book, Tribal Leadership. So, but regardless of that, we're coming up on 4 hours here. I'm going to be out on the West Coast here relatively soon. Where is Roger's court case, and when, what dates, and then if somebody's on the East Coast and they want to support Ian, once again, where should they go and how can they help?
So I've already said this, and I'm going to push this out as we get closer to it. First and foremost, understand this. Federal court hearings get rescheduled all of the time. Also, there's a hope that this case gets dismissed or he gets pardoned beforehand. Roger's case has already been rescheduled twice. The original case, he really asked for a date of January the 6th, which I thought was awesome. So I put it up on the screen right now. The current hearing date is May the 12th at 1:30 p.m. at the United States District Court, Central District of California. This is in LA. So I'll put out more information on this, but understand, get refundable tickets, get a refundable hotel. It is important to go to these things. I'm going to be going, but I'm actually going to have to fly out from Amsterdam to get there, which is going to be when you see me, I'm going to be tired. I just know that in advance, but I will be there. And it is helpful to support. There is no hearing scheduled for Ian. We are supposed to find out about Ian. I walked through this already as well. And when I clip this, when I do clips of this, I'm obviously going to put together clips that are specific to each person. We should know about Ian's case, his appeal, within 3 weeks. So his hearing was on February the 5th in Boston. So we'll know in 2 hours on that. There's also Roman Storm, who I'll get the exact date on this, but his trial is coming up. So this isn't just a hearing. This is the beginning of his trial. He is facing up to 45 years in prison for writing code that people voluntarily run on their computers that actually upholds their Fourth Amendment rights. It's a horrible story, and unfortunately, he's in the Southern District of New York. So I will, as we get closer to that as well, put together a post and promote that. But when you go into federal court buildings, again, you can't bring a selfie, you can't record. And some people leave their phones. The last thing I'm going to do is leave my cell phone with a federal court. I think that's a very poor idea. So I would advise you to just leave your cell phone somewhere else, but do not bring it to the court at all, because, again, who would trust a federal court with, unless you put it in a Faraday bag or something. I don't know, but I just would not bring it. That's what's going on there. And then I'm doing another podcast in 2 days, and I really want people to attend this. The attendance on this, we're at 933 views. It should be at least 3 times this amount. And I think that, again, I'm shadow banned, so hopefully something will happen. I got to figure out a way to do something before Thursday. So on Thursday at 8 p.m., I'm going to be talking about stablecoins as backdoor CBDCs. This is really important. People should not be complacent. It's actually kind of an emergency based on, I've now read the bills. I previously had talked about how bad the Loomis-Gillibrand bill was, which had been introduced twice. Both of these bills, the stable bill in the House and the Genius bill in the Senate, are worse than any of the previous bills. And they have a ton of support from everybody, including the, Commerce Secretary, Treasury Secretary, and the AI crypto czar. There's a lot of momentum pushing this. And all it does is give more control to the banks. It gives more surveillance. It gives regulatory oversight to the Fed. It's horrible for DeFi. I will go through all of that on Thursday, and then I'll be gone all next week, and then I'll come back and I'll be doing 2 a week for a while until we get fully caught up. There is one person asked here, what coins do I endorse? So you can go to daylightfreedom.org, and there's a button for exit fiat. I think I list the coins there. I list all of the stuff that I use. So I live on cryptocurrency. I don't use a personal bank account, and I've been doing this since 2019. So I give a running list of the things that I use, and it changes. So first and foremost, I'm not a maxi of any kind. I have to use different things, but my preference is to use cryptocurrencies that are privacy by default. So I like Monero, I like Zano, because you don't have to take any added steps. The next layer beyond that is I like coins that are optional privacy. So I like Zcash, I like Litecoin that you can use with Mimblewimble. I like you can use Bitcoin Cash with Cash Fusion. So that's kind of the next layer. And then beyond that, sometimes I've got to do what I've got to do, and I end up having to use a stable coin, or sometimes I'll have to use something else depending on which country I'm in or whatever. But those are my go-tos. I like Cake Wallet currently because it's a easy to use wallet that handles multiple privacy coins, including Zano and Litecoin and Monero. And then it's got swapping services built in. You can buy gift certificates and everything else. But and I'm creating my own gold-backed privacy token, but I'm not even a maximalist about that. So I'm not even a maximalist about I don't believe in maximalism. I think that a gold-backed privacy token solves a use case for settlement and for medium exchange and a store of value for merchants. But I am still not even a maximalist on that. And this changes. So I wrote a book, The Final Countdown, and I still haven't updated it. And it's horribly out of date. This stuff changes, and I embrace the change. I embrace the fact that there's innovation, and particularly in the privacy coin space, there's a lot of innovation, and I think that's a good thing.
Just a quick ask. Could you explain what the difference between different privacy coins are? From my perspective, it seems that there are some privacy coins that are private digital cash, and there are other chains that are more asset based.
Well, I mean, most coins are privacy coins. So in other words, with something like Monero, you use Monero as money. That is its purpose. It is a privacy by default coin that you can use to buy and sell things. Zano is the lead developer for Zano actually has, as I understand it, more code. He's written more code than any other individual developer for Monero. He was an OG. He originally worked on CryptoNote, the tech behind Monero. He worked alongside with Nicholas Van Saberhagen, who's the creator of Monero. And so Zano can be used as a currency, as a coin in its own right, but also it can be used to tokenize other assets. So you can create money is a form. Money is an asset, and money represents about 5% of global assets. Everything else is going to be tokenized in the same way that money is being tokenized. So your stocks, your bonds. In my case, as I mentioned, a privacy-backed gold token, or I mentioned earlier also confidential layer, which is a technology that's being used to allow people to tokenize their Bitcoin Cash, and Ethereum into Zano, so that you can basically make your transparent coins actually private, and then use those. But when you're using those coins in those examples, and then the example that I gave with the gold privacy token, you're actually using those as money. But you can tokenize anything. So I look at it as Zano is to Monero in a way what Ethereum is to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is there to, well, and all of that changes and all these definitions, but Bitcoin was
so instead of Bitcoin, like what BCH has become. So if you're actually one of the few people that use a cryptocurrency as some sort of cash, you're either using Z money or or Bitcoin Cash or something like that. If you're on the privacy side, you're probably using Monero. And if you're going to create an asset, there's plenty of people out there that were trying to build assets on Ravencoin, which was a transparent blockchain. But if you wanted to take that private, then maybe you'd look at Zano.
Yeah, and I actually like the idea of I don't know if this is feasible, but in the future, bridging Ravencoin into Zano. There's just a lot of applications, and I was going to go through and talk. I've talked a lot about tokenization. I've written, go to brownstone.org or go to daylightfreedom.org and look at my articles. I've written some really lengthy, in-depth articles that talk about what tokenization is and that goes into the mechanics of this. But what everybody has to understand, and what people don't understand, even in the privacy coin space and even OGs in crypto, what is happening right now is while they're working on CBDCs, and Israel's doing their digital check, 133 countries are working on CBDCs. The US has its stablecoin, which is also a programmable digital form of money. At the same time, they're working on tokenization models for all of our other assets. So when Klaus Schwab said you will own nothing and be happy, the way that they're going to do that is they're going to roll out CBDCs, then they're going to tokenize all of our other assets digitally and then tie those to CBDCs. And essentially that's where we give up ownership, because, and my article goes into this in detail, we've already, through click wrap agreements, we've already given away most of our rights. As an example, you don't own the stock. So when people say that BlackRock owns everything, it's not true. BlackRock doesn't own everything. It's their investors. They're managing money for their investors. The thing is, as part of that process, you turn over your voting rights. So in essence, what we've given is voting control of our money to BlackRock and to Vanguard. Because normally, if you own a 401k, if you own a whole bunch of stocks, then as a shareholder, you get to vote, but you never get the notices to vote because you've given up your voting rights to BlackRock and to Vanguard. Well, one of the other things that's happened over the years, other changes have happened behind the scenes at the state level. So the next time there's a financial collapse, if your broker goes out of business, not only have you already given away your voting rights, you will give up your economic interest, because in a bankruptcy, if your broker goes bankrupt, then the bank that is their secured creditor will end up owning all of your stocks. This groundwork has been laid going all the way back to 1994. So anyway, long article about this, but this is what BlackRock and DTCC, who's involved in stocks, and the big banks and the central banks have been doing. They've been building out this infrastructure. What crypto's been doing are meme coins and NFTs. This is why I get very animated about this, because people are sitting there joking, oh yeah, great, I'm going to do my own NFT collection. They're literally figuring out ways to strip you of all of your property, and people are sitting around saying, oh gee, I hope we get alt season again. People don't understand the stakes. So privacy tokens, to me, privacy in general is the antidote to CBDCs. Privacy tokens are basically the antidote to literally losing property rights and control over any asset.
So in the next 6 to 12 months, people are probably going to be hearing more and more on mainstream media, real world assets when it comes to tokenization. And if they wanted to go down the rabbit hole of you don't own what you think you own, then maybe they should explore the great taking.
You should actually read my article, because my article goes into detail about all of this. The great taking doesn't go into a lot of it. But I lay out the exact steps of how the CBDCs are linked together through a common platform. So they're going to digitize all of our assets that can only settle in CBDCs, but then the US will have a platform that connects to the UK, which connects to Europe, which connects to Japan. And what you get at the end of this is one global ledger where everything is centrally controlled. And at the end of that process, CBDCs switch and become backed by energy credits. Literally, I've laid that out in an article. But here's the thing to worry about. I mentioned at the very beginning, I was at this conference in Miami, WAGMI conference, and Tether was there and other people were there. And the thing everybody was excited about was Larry Fink was at Davos talking about how assets are going to be tokenized. There is no reason for anybody to be excited about Larry Fink tokenizing assets at Davos. This does not benefit you. This is actually something that hurts you. This is the way your assets are going to be transferred from your ownership to BlackRock's ownership. But people don't know enough. So they're like, oh, well, what ends up happening with all this is, well, maybe that means BlackRock's going to buy my token, or my token is what's going to be used for tokenization. And there's been a big misunderstanding about this with CBDCs. I see all of these people that say, oh, XRP, all the banks are going to use XRP. XRP is going to be what powers CBDCs. BSV people are like, people are only going to be able to use BSV. I've researched all 133 of the various projects, over half of which are beyond just the planning stage. None of them are using those blockchains. Why? Because they want control. Even the US CBDC pilot called Project Hamilton, it's a venture between MIT and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. It has as one of the Bitcoin core developers as one of the co-authors of the white paper. They want their own programmable money. They don't want transparent ledgers. They don't want to use your coin. They don't want to use your blockchain. It's all about control. And you can research this. I've also put all of this in my book, but it's all openly available. Research it. Nobody's using it. By the way, I don't know why people are buying a coin because they want it to be used for CBDCs. That's a pretty bad premise. But even if you want that, that's not what's happening. All right. Well, I think Dan, do you have anything? Dan might have fallen asleep on us. I know it's pretty late, but I do appreciate this. This went a little longer than I thought, but it was good because this is actually getting caught up on like 2 months of stuff. But do please come to the one on Thursday at 8 because that one has more important information. Again, the biggest concern that I have right now is compared to a year ago. Nobody is expressing any concern about CBDCs. It's complete complacency. And what's actually going on, both technically and legislatively, is people are about to get smacked in the face. And you're going to wake up and all of a sudden you're going to find that you got a backdoor CBDC. And you, without knowing it, we're actually rooting for it because your favorite white knight politician put a different wrapper around it.
And you've been traveling around the country and throughout the North American hemisphere, but it sounds like you're going to be in Amsterdam. Will the people be able to see on your website where they could possibly meet you in person?
I don't know if we have this one up yet. It's in this presentation. I walked through all this at the beginning. So we've got ETHAM and then PorkFest. I do recommend everybody come to PorkFest. Again, this is going to be the event. I'm trying to rekindle the 2012 energy of PorkFest, which is where so many OGs were onboarded to Bitcoin back in the time where people were having conversations about separating money and state and ending central banks and stopping war. I want to bring that back, but with better solutions and with privacy coins. And I think we're gonna have 2,000 to 3,000 people there. And so great talks, great people. I really encourage you. And look, it is my profound hope that maybe we have Ross Ulbricht and Roger there as a free man and Ian there as a free man. That was my intention all along when setting this up. Well, I don't know whether that's going to happen or not, but hoping for it. So in any event, please check it out, porkfest.com. All right. With that, thank you, everybody. Thank you, George. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for everybody that's in the comments. And if you wouldn't mind, give this another share. Again, this got traffic got cut in thirds, so I definitely want to get this material out, and we'll be making clips as well. And always open to DMs or comments or feedback. And hopefully this was helpful, and hopefully you've got an understanding of what we're up against with the Biden lawfare.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night.